behind Jim because it says this time we can prepare. Jacob.
This is check. Yes. Yeah. No, I don't think I'll do any attack on the bed.
Did you get any time? Yeah.
No, no, schedule.
Appreciate the clearing up.
Hard to do once the deadline.
Here, check. No, no, no. Okay. Did we figure out if the mics are working? It's on. Okay.
So.
I heard the tapping too, but I don't hear me talking. Miss Laura. Miss Laura, can you see if the volume on the commissioner bench mics can be adjusted at all, please. Tapping, but I can't hear.
Test, 1, 2, 3. Hear me in the corner there?
Thank you. All right, good afternoon. Welcome back to docket number 210515 REO1, PURA's investigation into revenue adjustment mechanisms for a performance-based regulation framework. We are here this afternoon for our 9th technical meeting in this matter. I have a number in front of us still as well. We have now held roundtables for both of our first and second reopeners into PBR. Hopefully folks are familiar with the revised format that we are using, although happy to take a few minutes up front to go through that. But as part of that revised format, I'm looking to hear more directly about some of these discussion topics from each of the participants and stakeholders here today. This is really going to be a PURA staff-led endeavor. So I'm joined by Commissioner Aconte and Commissioner Karen, and myself will largely be here for observational purposes. So I want to thank everyone in advance for your continued engagement and attendance this afternoon. And I will turn it over to Mr. Kramer to facilitate the remainder of our agenda, please.
Did it. Can folks hear me okay? Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience. Folks in the audience, I'm sorry that you don't have a more attractive view, but you've got the back of my head. And I promise I'll share the microphone. Okay. Now we've got a thumbs up on the audio. Thank you, Ms. Lupoli. So with those technical difficulties aside, let's get to introductions of our seated participants, please. So if you could each please state your name and affiliation for the record. And Mr. Hurwitz, can we start with you, please? And we'll move around the horseshoe.
Jacob Hurwitz here on behalf of UI. Also seated behind me is Miss Andrea Van Luling, who may contribute at points today as well.
Hi, Tom Wheel from the Office of Consumer Counsel.
Dan D'Onofrio, President and CEO of the Bridgeport Regional Business Council, and our three chambers of Bridgeport, Stratford, and Trumbull, Connecticut.
I'm Doug Horton. I'm Vice President of Distribution Rates with Eversource.
Julia Freyer with London Economics, here alongside Eversource.
Excuse me, Charles Rothenberger, Climate and Energy Attorney with Save the Sound.
I'm Carl Robigo. Oh, thank you. I'm Carl Robigo with Robigo Energy, and I'm appearing here on behalf of and with Save the Sound.
There we go. Thank you. Okay, let's get into the substance of our discussion. Thank you for the introductions. And Ms. Lupoli, if you could pull up the slides when you have a moment. Thank you. We've covered the first few, so you could advance, please. One more, please. And one more, please. All right, just a quick, before we get into the specific topics, just a quick reference point. The chairman did mention that we're in technical meeting number 9. We have a number of additional meetings on the calendar. And for awareness, as we intend to move through the remainder of the meetings, please do look for the notices of technical meeting where we're laying out the specific agenda topics and the particular items that we intend to discuss. I think that's going to be the most effective way to stay abreast and prepare for the meetings that we have on the schedule. And then we are working, as folks know, toward a June decision in this docket. Ms. Lupoli, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, for our first topic, we aim to discuss going-in rates. And as folks who have been involved in the docket from the outset may know, going-in rates refers to the rates that are set, or the costs that are set at the beginning of the PBR plan period that may change over the period of the plan and are then driven or modified by some other factor, in this case of what's been proposed in the straw proposal, revenue cap formula. And to date, we have issued not only a number of written comment requests and interrogatories, but also discussed going-in rates in various iterations at prior technical meetings. For today's discussion of topics, we're intending to cover known and measurable adjustments and the inflation factor. And to kick us off with some of the discussion questions for today, Mr. White is going to lead that piece. But before we get into the targeted questions, I will just invite if any of the participants have 2 minutes of opening remarks they'd like to make about the going-in rates and sort of the particularities of how they need to be set in order to achieve the right outcome here. We have that opportunity now. So any takers, or can I start folks out?
You were going to stay on that side of the room.
You caught me.
I
All right, go ahead, please, Mr. Horton.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes, no surprise. I do have some things to say. And first want to thank for Pura for hosting this in person today. Really appreciate the discussion. I thought that the last time we did this was very helpful and felt that there was true consensus on a lot of the key topics, at least amongst those around the table. And really for PBR to work, I think the foundational principles of utility rate making still do need to be in place in order for us to be able to deliver for our customers the benefits of PBR. So whether it applies to the specifics we're going to talk about today on going in rates or the I factor or the X factor, these are all very good discussions that we'll have. But I will be a broken record as I've been going through the comments over the last several years in this proceeding. We've been consistent in that no matter what the framework is that's developed, PBR needs to be still based on a foundation where utilities have an opportunity to recover our costs of doing business in any given rate year. And including in that cost of doing business is the ability to have a return on equity appropriate for us to be able to attract capital necessary to serve our customers. And that's really the foundational principle on which any rate-making framework has to be set. Our concern is that as we're looking at these particular questions, whether we're talking about depreciation, expense, or known and measurable changes over the period of time throughout the PBR proceeding, our concern is that we're not seeing how the PBR framework that's in the straw proposal or perhaps being altered over the course of this proceeding is maintaining or holding on to that foundational principle. And our concern is simply that if we don't have a rate-making framework that does provide the utility that opportunity, but not a guarantee, to recover our costs of doing business, we will not be able to achieve any of the benefits of PBR for our customers. Companies, whether it's a utility, a restaurant, a manufacturing facility, or what have you, companies that don't cover their costs of doing business don't stay in business. That's true for utilities, that's true for any other business. And we have to be able to have rates in place through the course of a PBR term that allow for that. And our concern is that if we don't have a rate-making framework in place that provides that opportunity but not a guarantee, all of the benefits of PBR will be lost because we will not be able to deliver or be incentivized to deliver the benefits that PBR will promise for customers, both in terms of our ability to perform and really the fundamental underpinning of PBR, which is that you set rates based on a cost of service and then a trajectory of rates over the PBR term so that we have maximum incentives to be efficient, which will then produce lower overall cost of service to our customers over time. But we can't do that by simply arbitrarily lowering rates below what are the costs. And a lot of the theories that are advanced in some of these questions or in the straw proposal seem to be aimed at doing that. So
We're going to have to leave it there.
Thank you.
On the 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Horton. Attorney Rothenberger, we'll go around the circle here. Would you like to add anything on the going in rates, please?
Sure, I think just briefly, because I think I'll defer to Mr. Robigo for the majority of our comments, but just to respond directly, I would actually say that I think the PBR framework provides an opportunity not only to provide the utilities with a reasonable opportunity to recover their costs, but perhaps even a better opportunity while actually lowering costs, providing more predictability to the sorts of investments that are going to be looked at as being reasonable, providing a roadmap for those investments, and also providing incentives for the utility to perhaps reduce their costs. And I think that's part of what's been missing from the discussion is the fact that we really do want to provide incentives for the utilities to be able to operate more efficiently, to reduce those costs, while absolutely providing them with the opportunity to recover those costs moving forward.
So again, I'm Carl Robigo. I'll just glom onto that very briefly. By way of background, I've been in this business for about 34 years now since I got out of the Army, and have during almost that entire time been somewhat frustrated by the unfortunate side effects of the cost plus regulatory regime that has dominated the utility space in this country for the last 100+ years. So I come to this as a firm believer that there is perhaps an overused word, but it's time for a paradigm shift. And that instead of, and in contrast to sort of the traditional utility wording, I think this is about the opportunity for utilities to recover prudent and efficient costs and to enjoy the opportunity to deliver attractive returns through improvements in productivity in each of the key functional areas where we ask the utility to perform. And I think that's what guides, and you'll hear as I engage in conversation, that's what guides my thinking and remains, I think, the ultimate objective of pursuing a performance-based regulatory paradigm. So I'll
Thank you.
stop there.
Thank you. Just almost right on time. Mr. Hurwitz?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to continue contributing to this important docket. The only thing I like more than talking about PBR on a Monday afternoon is talking about PBR on a Friday afternoon. So maybe we'll get that on the next technical conference. But I agree with basically everything that Mr. Horton said. Going in rates are critically important to the success of the overall PBR framework, and rates that do not provide the utility a reasonable opportunity, but not a guarantee to recover their costs and earn a fair rate of return, will undermine the purpose of PBR and defeat UI's ability to help advance the priority outcomes. Because as Mr. Horton said, a company that does not recover its cost goes out of business, and UI is already feeling the effects of challenging cost recovery in its operations. One thing I think that would be particularly interesting to UI today is to hear some perspective from Pura. I know, Mr. Kramer, you mentioned that one of the objectives of this technical meeting and the others was to have an open dialogue among the participants. And I know there was a straw proposal that's issued and a draft decision coming out next year, followed by a final decision. In UI's view, and I imagine other docket participants, we've made a lot of arguments about the straw proposal, and any insight you can offer into how Pure is evaluating those arguments, if we're resonating or not resonating, I think adding Pure's voice to the discussion would be extremely helpful to UI, if that is to the extent that can be accommodated. I understand there are considerations here, but I think that's something that's a value UI is particularly looking forward to today.
Attorney Wheel, would you like to add anything?
Maybe answer a more. Had multi-year rate plans here. Last year, specific. Yeah, a year in the past. To the revenue. Yeah, we've said that in a couple of comments before, but
Thank you, Attorney Wheel. And I'm sorry, I need to take a peek at your card. Mr. Onofrio?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, Dan Onofrio representing the Bridgeport Regional Business Council and the businesses in the greater Bridgeport region. I certainly don't claim to speak for for all the businesses, but, you know, having a strong utility is critically important. I want to echo Mr. Wharton's comments about, you know, operating a business. It's not an easy thing to do, and uh, applying very complex metrics to the going in rate is critically important for the health and vitality of the utility. So however this plays out, it's important to me that we do this right and do it well. You know, just hearing Attorney Wheel's comments, you know, it just sounds complex, right? To begin with. And if we don't do it right and do it well, you know, the health of the utility struggles, and I know we haven't had a great history of doing things quickly. So more time that goes on and figuring out the cost of doing business for the years to come, it's a difficult thing to forecast and measure. So yeah, I just want to express, you know, of doing our best to really get this right so that the benefits of the PBR actually happen, because it could have the adverse effect if not done right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Onofrio. Okay, thanks everyone for those opening comments. What we're gonna do next is move into some more targeted questions. And to do that, I'm going to pass the microphone over to Mr. White.
And maybe I'll take a step back. My understanding of how the revenue adjustment mechanism formula would work is similar to what Attorney Wheel described just a few minutes ago, how the approach to calculating the revenue requirement used to set rates in rate year one is conceptually similar to how it's been done in the past. And then the approach to computing rates in rate years 2, 3, and 4 is the revenue cap formula. Whereas in the past, it was more like the approach used in rate year one. So the way we had been understanding it was we would calculate the revenue requirement in rate year one with the full slate of known and measurable adjustments. We obviously think that the utility needs to recover plant additions through the rate year to have a reasonable opportunity to recover its cost. But you know, setting that disagreement aside, our understanding was rates in rate year one get calculated effectively the way they have been in the past. That involves applying known and measurable adjustments, and inflation is a known and measurable adjustment. Now, let me just preemptively clarify. Inflation is a term that appears multiple times in the concept of PBR. Inflation, as it is applied to rate year one in the revenue requirement, would measure inflation between the test year and the first rate year, which is a period that covers well more than a year, because it takes time to prepare the filing of a case, it takes time to litigate the case, and then your rates have to take effect. The I factor that would be applied in rate years 2, 3, and 4 would measure inflation in just a single year. So you would expect the I factor of the revenue cap formula, you know, not predicting inflation, but it's going to cover a year in economic conditions that resemble the economic conditions of the last 40 years. You'd expect it to be in the 2% range. But the inflation adjustment that's used in rate year one will be significantly more than 2%, not because it's calculated differently or there's some unique element to that. Rather, it's because simply it covers a greater period of time. So inflation is applicable in rate year one, but not in the same way it would be in rate years 2, 3, and 4 in the revenue cap formula. Does that answer your question, or if I missed the mark?
No.
and Attorney Wheel, that disagreement with respect to inflation is no different than you might disagree with us applying an inflation adjustment in a rate case. It's very similar.
And if I could, I don't have much more to add to what was just discussed. I think though, as I'm reading the technical session prompts in the discovery, that was a confusing element to me because I understood it exactly as Mr. Wheel, or Attorney Wheel and Mr. Hurwitz said, but the prompts seem to imply something different, that known and measurable changes would be somehow incorporated into years beyond rate year one. And that is confusing to me when we get back to, the foundational principles of PBR. And in the intros with Mr. Rabago and Attorney Wheel, I don't disagree with anything that was said. I think the promise is there, but it's based on the difference between a traditional cost of service rate-making framework that doesn't have periodic changes based on a formulaic approach, but essentially has the utility filing a rate case as it deems necessary. The idea of a performance-based rate-making framework is that the utilities forego that ability to file a rate case under traditional cost of service rate-making. So there has to be some other companion framework for the ability, for the utility, I should say, to have that ability to stay out of a rate case, to not file periodic rate cases, and still to achieve the performance elements that are necessary to do that. So what's confusing to me, and I would love the dialogue to get better clarity, because it almost seemed like the technical session prompts were searching for a framework where if the cost was known to go down, that would be incorporated immediately into rates in the PBR, quote unquote, PBR framework. But if a cost were to go up, well, that will be put off into the future. If that's the concept, which it may not be, I hope it isn't, it would go against all of the grains of a performance-based rate-making framework where the utility should be incentivized to perform and to seek out those efficiencies and to produce the performance that's beneficial to customers. But that's a departure from a known and measurable change into rates during the period of the PBR term. So I guess my point with all that said is it would be really helpful to understand better how PURA is thinking of what is the going in rates or the cast off rates and how is that defined? And then how is it different under the PBR term through years 2, 3, and 4, just like Mr. Hurwitz said, because it's very confusing to me where we think we're heading at this point. It's making it hard to see how it's going to actually work.
If I could just piggyback off of that, questions exactly like that one are what, prompted me to, am I being cut off?
No.
Questions like that are what prompted me to ask for input from PURA, because it felt like we were all kind of understanding it the same way based on our prior technical meetings and technical conferences, and reading this discovery certainly and this prompt, it felt like you were getting at something that maybe wasn't resonating for us. And so to the extent you're trying to explore something that is different from what we're grasping, I want to be helpful, but I want to know how to be helpful.
Yeah, I think this may be a moment to come to that point, and this was something that Mr. White and I had discussed getting into a little bit today, which is the possibility that a known and measurable adjustment could in fact be multi-year in nature if there's a contract for services, if there's, be that a labor contract, be that consulting services, be that other sorts of costs that may be paid upfront for a multi-year period. The issue that we're trying to get perspective on from various participants is when there's a multi-year known and measurable adjustment to be made, how would that factor into the inflation adjustment? Is it appropriate for a multi-year known and measurable adjustment to also get an inflationary increase? Is it not appropriate? Why would that be? What would those circumstances look like? So I just fired off 4 or 5 questions in that, but I think that I think it's a moment to say that and state that that's part of what in this discussion around known and measurable adjustments we are interested in hearing from participants about. Please, I think because Mr. Horton, you raised the point that you were seeking to understand what the nature of some of that discovery was about. And I think this was something we intended to discuss today, and it's come up. So let's get into that scenario of a known and measurable adjustment that may be multi-year in nature. What is the appropriate way to consider those costs within a revenue cap formula?
So I could start, and that's very helpful clarification. And I can understand a little bit better now what would be, how this could come into play. I think, so I'd have to think about it more. Generally, and Ms. Freyer can chime in, you have the dynamic that we've been discussing where you spend a lot of time in a rate case trying to figure out what is the appropriate cost of service or going in rate or cast off rate that would set the utilities revenues in rate year one so that it can cover its cost of doing business in that authorized ROE, all else equal. And then the PBR term is intended, or the PBR should be designed generally so that it sort of operates without that intense scrutiny, administrative burden, and heavy lift of a rate case. So I think typically, and again, Ms. Freyer, you typically sort of release the debate around future known and measurable changes, and instead for those future periods, focus on ensuring that you're designing the I in the X and other guardrails in ways that ensure that for the duration of the plan after rate year one, that rates are still set to reflect, just and reasonable rates and the utilities cost of service. So the focus then shifts from not, and there's a lot of focus on depreciation or O&M or regulatory assets. The focus for rate years 2 and beyond shifts away from the debate over those things and focuses more on the structure of the PBR term. And I think that actually is one of the key benefits of a PBR framework, because you're not having to figure out with specificity in rate year 3 years from now or 4 years from now, how does that relate to the test year, which is 18 months stale by the time you're starting your case. You're able to try to, as long as you have a framework in place, that's with the appropriate guardrails for the company and for customers, that framework should be able to kind of carry the day. So we aren't thinking of it like you'd still have a rate case and then be adjusting one particular component of the cost of service 4 years from now. Under a PBR framework, I don't think generally we haven't looked at it that way, because we're focusing on getting the cost of service right or the going in rates right for rate year one. No measurable changes to the test year. Beyond that, it's focusing on how do you set the I, how do you set the X, how do you ensure that there are appropriate safeguards in place?
So I'll jump in, Carl Robigo, with Save the Sound. I like the framing that inflation adjustment is just another kind of known and measurable, but I got to thank OCC for pointing out that if you do have a multi-year known and measurable adjustment, which seems perfectly reasonable, 3 years to implement this new thing or whatever it is, or 4 years or whatever the time frame is, you do got to watch out for the double counting, because every contract I've ever seen has inflation in it. So if it's already in the I and it's in the K&M, then you're paying twice for inflation. So you got to make sure that's not there. And I wouldn't be a former regulator if I didn't think, well, and what about the known and measurable that pops up in year 3? And at some point, I'm assuming there's a regulatory decision that you treat it as a deferred asset, sort of a regulatory asset with a deferred accounting order so that it could get picked up in the next multi-year rate plan, or you make a decision to immediately adjust the rates for the year 3 or year 4, whenever those costs start appearing, in order to make sure that thing happens, whatever it is that popped up in the 3rd year. So the original question, I don't see any real issue with a well-understood multi-year cost that is known and measurable being accounted for, as long as you don't double count on inflation.
I'll just add that my understanding was very similar to what Mr. Horton described. I know before we received the straw proposal in this proceeding, we discussed whether PBR should take the form of an externally indexed model, I-X, or a cost forecast model of the type that has previously been used in Connecticut and in rate cases past. And I've seen multi-year known and measurable adjustments in cost forecast multi-year rate plans. They're very common, certainly in our affiliate and UI's affiliates in Maine and New York. I can think of several examples off the top of my head. I have not seen a similar multi-year known and measurable in an I-X based PBR. I understand the conceptual appeal, but I think I'd have double counting fears. I'd have unfairness concerns. Maybe if we're only picking up downward known and measurables or upward known and measurables or known and measurables of a certain type, we might inadvertently bias the calculation. And so at least the way we had been thinking about it up until you've asked this question was aligned with what Mr. Horton described, that you do a cost of service analysis for rate year 1, and then rate years 2, 3, and 4, you work to design a revenue cap formula that in totality accounts for utilities cost changes, but don't carve out specific line item elements. I'll note I've seen, I think in Massachusetts, pieces of revenue carved out of the calculation, but it was not a known and measurable adjustment. It was like, for example, I think and Mr. Horton probably knows better than I think the storm cost contribution in rates each year, I think it's carved out, and there might be one other item, but it's not a known and measurable adjustment in year 2. It's a different thing.
I think the funny thing about rate making and sort of the interesting thing about the revenue cap formula is that the revenue cap formula sort of forces us all to accept the reality that as soon as everyone leaves the hearing room, or more appropriately, as soon as the final decision is issued, what the revenue is actually spent on is no longer under the control of the state. Like that's just a reality, and that's the reality we exist in now. And that's how companies are able, for instance, to get a rate plan that's designed to last a particular rate year, but then continue to subsist off of that revenue, because they must, obviously, depending on how long they're able to stay out, they're spending the money in ways that are different from what the original revenue model was designed for. And that's okay. That's what hope tells us, right? That it's not about the formula, it's the outcome that matters. What we're trying to do is just get to an appropriate level of revenue. The way we're trying to get there, to be as exact as possible, is to use reality, like to use the historic test year to come as close to reality as possible and getting to that number. But at the end of the day, it's that number that we're trying to get at. And I think the difficult thing about the revenue cap formula is that it forces you to just accept that fully and step off the ledge and say, into year 2, we don't, to a certain extent, we know things are going to be different, and we just need to step away from the reality of the accounting that brought us to that original number. All that being said, I think you can deal with that issue that you raised, Mr. Kramer, depending on materiality. Like, I think if everyone knows that there is a really significant change expected in rate year 2 or rate year 3, you can deal with that a number of ways. You can deal with it like exogenously, like break out something like a deferred accounting or some other kind of mechanism. You could also arguably deal with it in designing rate year 1 for all the reasons that I just discussed. Like you could say, okay, I know that in actuality in 2026, your cost is going to be X, but I also know this is a 4-year rate plan, and your average cost annually across that 4 years, based on this solid known and measurable number, is going to be Y. And you can I think you can make adjustments like that into your initial rate year. And we do similar stuff like that now. Like I think the authority already can make adjustments going into a rate year to sort of account for sort of shift the revenue requirement to account for expected realities where there's sufficient evidence to back that up, if that makes sense.
Just very briefly, if I could chime in, folks who were at the last technical session may recall Attorney Wheel and I became best friends in that session, and our friendship just continues to grow, because I could not have said it any better. I totally agree with that sentiment. In fact, I would say not only is it by moving to an I-X or a PBR framework are we having to trust what Attorney Wheel just said, that is actually the promise in my mind of what PBR is, which is that you're going to set revenues based on what we know today, and then you're going to count on that framework working to drive the utility to actually spend less on elements of the cost of service than what was built into that cost of service. That is the promise of PBR, meaning we're going to have to be comfortable that the utilities are going to be able to lower costs for PBR to work in that sense from an overall cost of service to customers. The utility having just an overall revenue stream to support the business. The idea of PBR is that we are intensely incentivized to pursue cost savings wherever we can. So that means we're going to be tasked to go out and find ways to do more with less, to actually be more efficient in potentially, in any way of our cost of service. That's the idea of PBR. So I totally agree with what Attorney Wheel said.
If I could, I just add one more comment. Again, Carl Robigo with Save the Sound. I think it's important in resolving this for where we are today to answer 2 questions, right? What are we confident of now? How much craziness are we willing to accept if the nature of the spending, shifts. If there are only two functions the utility performs and it was 50-50 and it goes to 49-51, are we going to lose sleep over that? Or if it goes to 95-5? Like when I worked for AES and we owned distribution companies in other countries, we consciously tried not to spend money on distribution so that we could bring money home to shareholders, right? Now, it was kind of formula-like rates, but it's what you do when you're honoring your shareholders. You see how long you can get away with not keeping up the system. So if you've got a perfectly good rate package that says we're going to spend 50% on operations and maintenance and 50% on everything else, and suddenly you've cut that by 45, you've cut it by 3/4 or whatever on your operations spending, we might not be comfortable with it. So it's what are we confident of in terms of the balance of spending? And then the second one is, where do we want this thing to go? And which is sort of a bandwidth of tolerance on the size of these adjustments or the things that get to escape the revenue cap, right? And get to step outside of it. Clearly, it's not everything the utility spends gets recovered regardless of whether it's under the revenue cap. And I think we've all kind of violently agreed about, or not even violently, happily agreed about that. But are we trying to set up a process where over time, this revenue cap only gets adjusted by I minus X, and the X's, as we're going to talk about, well established under a TFP with benchmarking, or, is it just I, is it what, right? So I think whatever the mechanical solution is that's picked right now is going to be highly informed by those two. Sorry, this is on your table, right? Which is, what are you confident with? How much variability are you confident with? And which way do you want this process to be moving over time? Because we're all going to be learning by doing.
I think, thank you all for those answers to the question. I think just one brief follow-up, if folks have a thought on it today, we can get into it another time too, is if trust is a fundamental element to ensuring that the revenue cap formula is successful and delivers on the promise of PBR, we also need to trust but verify in that the going in rates, as we're talking about here in this meeting, are set at a level that is appropriate and reflective of costs and what is needed to provide service, and also able to contain costs and deliver on the outcomes identified here. So to put a point on this as a question would be, if pursuing that promise of PBR that we've just been describing, or you all have described in your responses, what safeguards must be put in place in going in rates to ensure that we're mitigating against some element of double counting, or inflation each year, it compounds, it grows, and you could then be left in a place at the end of the term where, if you have an unaccounted for known and measurable adjustment, or adjustment that just keeps growing without that check, it's to the detriment of ratepayers. So my question to the group on this topic would just be, what are the safeguards that we must put in place in order to ensure that we're striking that balance between the necessary costs and the ability to contain costs and deliver on the promise of PBR?
And if I could just jump in, I think, just to be clear, I don't know AES's practices, but Eversource's practice is not to abandon the distribution companies and try to extract dollars for shareholders. I think I just want to make sure to put a stake in the ground on that. We have, and I think it gets to the other elements of the performance-based rate-making framework that PURA is facilitating in separate dockets. A key foundational principle as well on PBR is ensuring that there is increased transparency and accountability through metrics and through ongoing tracking of those metrics. When PBR first came about back in whatever it was, the 1990s, that was a fundamental concern, which was that utilities would do what Mr. Rabago said. And so metrics become increasingly more important to ensure that utilities are doing the right thing in serving our customers well, and maintaining or improving the quality of service in those areas. There are also, in this proceeding, as we're talking though about the rate making, there are fundamental guardrails that should accompany a PBR plan. Earnings sharing is a way to ensure that companies are not doing what was just contemplated, to ensure that we are maintaining the system well.
Can I interject though? My question is around for going in rates specifically. What are the guardrails or what are the approaches that we can put in place to safeguard in that specific element? Because there are guardrails, there are other topics that complement one another. That's 100% true, but I'm interested on this topic on going in rates. What is the appropriate step to take to ensure that you're starting at a point that
Well,
that meets those needs?
I think, I mean, in my mind, and I know there's a lot of controversy around rate cases recently in Connecticut, but just speaking generically, the whole intent of a rate case is to do just that, isn't it? To show, and the utility has the burden to prove to the regulator that its costs that it's presenting in that rate case in establishing the going in rates will result in just and reasonable rates and provide the utility the opportunity, but not a guarantee, to earn its authorized ROE in the rate year or in that going in rate period. Again, I'm still, and perhaps need to morph my thinking. When you say going in rates, I am thinking the rates that are resulting from a rate case. So utilities file reams of documentation supporting how their rates are that they're asking the regulator to approve in a rate case will result in just and reasonable rates. To me, that process needs to continue in establishing the going in rates, and provided that everybody's clear on what the standards are that will apply and how the utility can convince a regulator of a change to the test your actual expenses, including capital and O&M, you will result in rates that are just and reasonable and reflective of the rate year cost of service, including the opportunity, but not a guarantee, to earn that authorized ROE that was just set in a rate case. If everything is going well, that perfectly run utility, I don't remember if I used this example, the last rate case, the idea of the rate making process should be that in any given year, in any given rate year, the utility has an opportunity, but not a guarantee, to recover its costs of doing business, including that return on equity. And in particular for rate year one, because that is the one closest to the rate case, when it's a year-long process and so much goes into that, I think that that's the process that ensures that rates are set in a way that is reflective of the underlying costs. That should be in both ways for, cost increases or decreases. The goal should be to set rates that reflect the underlying cost of doing business, including that return on equity, to attract capital.
And if I can add a little bit on what Horton just said, that's your question, Peter. I think the safeguard lies in ensuring adjustment mechanism, which we will be talking about later today, INX, is harmonized with what is anticipated to be part of what is established in the going in rates. So just as like maybe as an example, if the going in rates are comprehensive total cost of service, the total factor productivity study that hopefully will be used to provide an evidence-based decision on the X factor is looking at the total cost of service as well, in terms of looking at total productivity, not just labor productivity or O&M productivity, but the productivity of the business as a whole, in the industry as a whole. So I think that for me is another way to think about safeguards to prevent kind of mismatch. You did a really good job at going in rates, but then you set a flawed I-X, or you did maybe a poor job at going in rates, but did an impeccable job on my I-X. Those two won't produce a good solution, because if one piece is not done consistent with the other, you don't have a harmonized system.
If I could just elaborate on 2 points that have sort of already been touched upon. I think the risk that you're circling around, Mr. Kramer, I agree, is not unique to PBR. The risk that rates might get set wrong is intrinsic to any rate case. And I completely agree that a rate case filing involves reams of documentation. And as someone who submitted several reams of documentation recently, it gets followed by a lot of questions from yourself, from the OCC, from the commissioners, from other stakeholders. So there is an extremely rigorous interrogation process. I think I personally sponsored over 1,000 data requests in CNG and SCG, and we're batting I think, well over 1,000 questions per company per case. So it's not like it's just, oh, the utility said it and it goes. There's an extremely rigorous scrutiny that's applied through the rate case process. It is one safeguard that's specific to going in rates. And then I know there was a discussion of other safeguards that are applicable more broadly in US that be specifically tailored to going in rates, but I had not contemplated that those other safeguards would not apply in rate year one. I think the ESM is an intrinsic safeguard applicable to PBR and the rate making process today that protects ratepayers in the event of a downward miss in the rate setting process. And likewise, the RDM protects ratepayers from the utility trying to, having a throughput incentive to sell as much electricity as possible. And the performance metrics that get established in REO2 are one safeguard against a utility, trying to starve its distribution business and, letting customers deal with the poor performance. So I think those other things, maybe they're not designed specifically and explicitly solely for going in rates, but I think those other safeguards do protect against some of the concerns that you're highlighting, even within going in rates.
Thank you for all that. Question, I will start with OCC. And the goal here, Laura, if you could advance the slide. The goal here is to get clarity from participants on some of the technical aspects of an I factor. I do believe that Mr. Hurwitz already addressed this, but I want to confirm this among participants. So if the interim period consists of 3 time periods, for example, 6 months for rate case prep, 9 months through the close of the evidentiary record, and 2 months from the close of the evidentiary record through rate year 1, day 1, which periods would receive the known and measurable or inflation adjustment?
Sure. Probably isn't that helpful. So the test period looked like this.
Could I just to clarify what you're sort of saying, if you're saying you compose your test year rates with your effective date in mind, and so then that includes considerations of inflation or all sorts of other things. So an I adjustment is not necessary on the date of the effective date because when you looked at your test year data, you looked at it with a view that it was going to go into effect 17 months later or whenever that is. So then the first I adjustment comes at the end of rate year one to set the stage for the costs and the spending and the recovery in that's associated with year two, right?
Yes, when we talked about this, I think and again, now that my mic's on, Tom Wheel from Office of Consumer Counsel. Yes, exactly. I think the easiest way that I think of it is that in the revenue cap is even though it is inflation, it's a different concept than applying inflation to test your expenses in order to get to rate year one. The I is just about what you do. The I is what you do after you already have a revenue requirement, like the revenue cap, and the revenue cap has nothing to do with getting to the revenue requirement for going in rates. Like the revenue cap is something you do to that going in rate revenue requirement. So yeah, I agree.
Mr. Wheel, could I just ask a question? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or frame it in a different way. What you said sounded to me like the same way that I think of it. So if we're looking at this graphic in rate year one, looks like it starts mid 2027. So I agree with what was just said, that the I under a PBR wouldn't kick in until rate year two. So the rate case in that interim period broken up into those three boxes below, the rate case is when all parties are arguing before PURA and presenting evidence as to what the rate year one cost of service should be. So I think what you're saying is that happens in a rate case. And are you saying that really in all three of those phases, under the interim period equaling roughly 17 months, really the objective of that whole process is to get to rate year one rates that reflect the cost of service that will be incurred in rate year one, including the ROE? Okay.
The cost of service that should be incurred in rate year one.
Exactly. Okay.
Yes.
And I agree with that. I think, and so whatever the standard is that's going to be applied, and I think it's helpful to know what that standard is, that is the objective. Now, we're all going to have differing perspectives on what each cost element should be. And again, the utilities know we have the burden to prove any cost that makes up that rate year one cost of service, including the ROE, is valid for recovery from customers. But whether you're applying just generic inflation or a known and measurable change or a contractual adjustment or anything, the goal is that you're getting to a place in rate year one that it reflects your cost of service, including the cost that should be incurred, such that what's left over is the return on equity established by the regulator as a result of that proceeding, so the utility can attract the capital necessary to serve our customers. And anything else that's in the straw proposal or contemplated as different, meaning adding too much or too little cost into the cost of service, is going to upend a PBR framework, because you won't be able to avoid rate cases if rates are set artificially or arbitrarily too low for purposes of reducing rates, if it's not intended to get to that level of cost of service in rate year one.
I'm sorry, I just want to make one just sort of comment. I understand how important ROE is to an investor-owned utility, but I do also understand that as proceeding, we haven't sussed out how ROE might apply to things that are under the revenue cap versus things that might apply once a PIM is awarded, whether or not it's a single enterprise-wide ROE, or maybe it's lower because things under the cap are going to be lower risk. Traditional functions and things that are stretchy might have higher ROEs because there's risk associated with any of that stuff. None of that is on the table. So it's like whatever ROE, not a single specific enterprise-wide ROE, right? We haven't sussed that out yet.
That's correct. That is among the topics that are up for discussion in the subsequent technical meetings, both in this docket and in the second reopener docket, focused on performance mechanisms.
Tom Wheel again, Office of Consumer Counsel. I agree that hasn't been worked out, and it's important to point it out. But I also agree with Mr. Horton. I think that conceptually, what you're trying to get to, not just with going in rates, but with every element of the entire rate plan, including PIMs and any other ROE adjustments, is just what Mr. Horton said. The revenue that's sufficient, but no more than sufficient, inclusive of the allowed total amount of return to be included in the rate year. But agree that it doesn't sound like the direction we're heading, because we have these separate PBR tracks, is that the entire ROE is going to be, as it is now, more or less put just into the revenue requirement for the rate year one.
I mean, I guess I'll just put a pin in that. What's just raised, I get as a question, but I haven't seen any straw proposal or framework or proposal by any docket participant in the docket introducing something else in terms of ROE or its importance for the utility to be able to serve our customers. So I take a great interest in understanding what you were just talking about, or whoever has some other idea. The return on equity, as much as you might not like it, is necessary. It's a cost just like any other cost of serving our customers. We have to be able to compete intensely for capital in a free market environment against other utilities in order to attract hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars to serve our customers. In the measure of their willingness to provide us their capital is the return that they require on that capital. And there again, I understand that we can have performance and we should have performance metrics that have financial ties, direct financial ties, absolutely. But if we're departing from that fundamental framework, it should be very transparent that that's what we're trying to do. And at this point, I don't see that in any of the straw proposals or any other proposal that somebody has put out in this proceeding. And that's a fundamental element of utility rate making. So I think
I might be
very
getting
alarming.
my dockets crossed, but I'm recalling some actually explicit agreement that would not be revisited. I thought from the OCC, Eversource and UI, I thought we had all sort of said that our understanding was that would not be revisited. So if that is going to be a part of this docket, I think we would need to revisit the expertise that we're bringing to these technical meetings.
And you'll hear, and I keep saying it, that's why I just was trying to test with Mr. Wheel, do we have consensus? We do, at least as far as the words that I'm using, that rate year one, and Mr. Rabago, you were nodding, I don't know if you agreed, that rate year one should have revenues set so that the utility can recover its costs of service, including the ROE necessary to attract the capital to serve our customers. The regulator determines what that ROE is in a rate case. So there is inherent acknowledgement that it does exist and it's a real cost and it's a real thing for utilities to be able to attract the capital that we need to serve our customers. So I don't know that that's an open issue or subject of debate. I am concerned if it is. I think we may debate on what that percent should be. We may debate, and I'm very interested in understanding how the financial penalties or incentives in REO2 will be designed. So far, that's also entirely unknown to us. But at the end of the day, if we are not designing rates that have an ROE allowing us to attract capital to serve our customers, again, PBR is not going to succeed. It's just not going to work. We don't get to tell our investors what they require for a return to give us their capital. We don't get to do that. We have to compete for capital. We have to be able to demonstrate that commensurate with their risks of giving us their capital, we will be able to provide them a return, just like a debt lender is going to have assurances that we can pay back the debt service obligations on their debt. Capital is no different. Equity investors are no different.
Yeah.
But I'm not aware of any agreement that.
Just one quick comment. One of the things we do want to try to do with the revenue cap formula and then the I minus X is to ultimately discern whether there is an opportunity for the utility to increase its earned ROE by decreasing its spending against the levels recognized in the test year and the approved rates. So what's supposed to be fundamentally different, at least in my view, what's supposed to be fundamentally different is it is not approval of rates and then a race and reward to spend everything you got improved so you could get the full awarded ROE, have it be equal to your earned ROE, but rather to create a dynamic under which if they're authorized $1 billion and they find a way of doing it for 900 million, they can grow their effective ROE by not having to spend all that money. And so that's, I think actually it's going to be harder to get that performance structure into the multi-year rate plan and the revenue cap. And it's why in other states, we always seem to start with specific PIMs that are directed at the few things we feel comfortable about. But it is worth remembering that by the time we get out into the 2030s here, we're supposed to feel comfortable that the utility is aggressively pursuing ways to improve their productivity, i.e. deliver the benefits at a lower cost and thereby earn their ROE, not just by spending to the target level.
Can I just, Tom Wheel, OCC, and I know we want to move on, Mr. Kramer. I just wanted to respond to Mr. Hurwitz and Mr. Horton. I didn't mean to imply, I agree. What I've said before is that I don't see any, I don't think there's been any discussion of a difference in how to set the rate, the authorized rate of return on equity, meaning like we still use the CAPM and the DCF within a rate case, and the authority still determines what that rate is. What I was referring to before is sort of more the mechanics of how to tie financial, I think, Mr. Horton, what you were referencing before, that's still unclear to us as well, is how exactly are we tying financial incentives to performance. But I didn't mean to imply that suddenly we're determining the authorized rate of return on equity in some different way.
Thank you. All right, we're gonna keep moving in the going in rates discussion here.
Thank you, Peter. Laura, if you could advance the slide. I'd like to get into some details. I think these are probably just technical questions related to what UI referred to as an inflation adjustment. So one sequence of actions could include being measured on day one of the interim period, which is effectively the same as day 365 of the test year. If you could advance the slide, another slide, Laura. Then measuring inflation again about 15 months later with the delta between the two inflation measurements being used as an inflation adjustment, starting another 3 months later at the beginning of rate year one. Would these measurement dates effectively be the inflation adjustment, the delta between the two?
Mind if I took a step back again?
Yeah.
So I'm going to set aside what we call this for a second. There's an index out there called the GDP PI, and I'm not going to, for now, debate whether that's the right index. There is an index that is inflation, that we're taking to represent inflation. And with some periodicity every month, every quarter, there's value for that index that's published. And depending on what source you go to, that could go back to like 1900, goes back a long time. And there are people who project it out far into the future for every quarter, every month, every year, whatever you need. When we're calculating an inflation factor to use to adjust some element of the revenue requirement, whether that's going in rates or the revenue cap formula in rate year two, what we're doing, at least at UI, is we're comparing the value of that index at one point of time to the value of that index at another point in time. And so in recent rate cases like 231102, for example, CNG and SCG calculated the average value of the GDP PI index in the rate year, compared it to the average value of the GDP PI index in the test year, and then the percentage change in that index is our inflation adjustment.
Okay.
I would understand it to be, and again, as I mentioned earlier, that percentage is significantly more than 2 because the rate year and the test year are far apart. I don't agree with the interim period characterizations you've got here, and we can revisit that if appropriate, but setting that aside, there's a lot more than 1 year between the test year and the rate year. And so when we do that index-based comparison, it's an index that is representative of the rate year, an index that is representative of the test year, and we divide the two. For the I factor in rate year 2, I would imagine it working conceptually similar. You take the average of the index in rate year 2, the average of the index in rate year 1, divide the two, and then that percentage change is the I factor that applies to rate year 2. That percentage change, the I factor that applies to rate year 2, in expectation will be a lot closer to the 1 year rate of change that you would expect in inflation because it is measuring just 1 year of change. So I'm getting a little bit lost in the sauce with the different breakdowns of the interim period, and I can't help but look past the fact that it takes so much more than 6 months to prepare a rate case in Connecticut, and I'm getting kind of lost in the details, but conceptually, there's an index. I understand we measure the value of that index at period A, period B, divide the two. and you adjust period A and period B as needed based on the application you're trying to accomplish.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question on the question?
Sure.
Just, are you, with this, is your question, are you asking about how to set going in rates for rate year one? Or are you asking about how an I factor would come into play for years beyond rate year one?
I'm looking at rate year one.
Because I think what I would say, not disagreeing with anything Mr. Hurwitz just said, is to me, this issue, this detail is really a detail. When if we agree that the rate year one rate should be set based on known and measurable changes to the test year costs. Because if we don't, we may not agree that inflation, whether it's measured by GDPPI or Handy Whitman or something else, is the right way to demonstrate that a cost has changed in a known and measurable way. Every cost, we have very detailed schedules that we produce with support for each expense. Inflation may or may not be a good cost driver. And I guess I would just say this is a detail that as long as the companies can defend why a cost should be changed by inflation and inflation is the right escalator. That to me is a detail, but really just like every other detail of the cost of service is my point. That is not part and parcel to PBR or its success. That is just how do we set going in rates? And again, I just get back to just like any other change to the cost of service, the burden is on the utility. And as long as we have clear understanding of how we can meet that burden or why the regulator has denied a cost change for having not met that burden, then I think that is a detail that can be worked out. It's not fundamental to PBR. Inflation as it relates to PBR more comes into play in my mind when you're talking about years after the going in rates are set. Everything else is just how do we convince PURA that our cost of service is valid that we're proposing.
Okay. Thank you. Staying on this topic, I think it'll be really brief. Are the GDPPI measurements that you're talking about, are they available on a monthly basis or just a quarterly basis?
I believe it's monthly.
Okay. Based on the discovery, I was getting the impression it was quarterly, but it wasn't totally clear to me. Okay, it could be monthly is the point.
Yeah, I'd have to verify. I'm not positive.
I know it's table 1.1.4 from the BEA. When we download it, we set the settings to quarterly. There may be a monthly option. I don't recall.
Thank you.
Just to jump in, this is Julia Freyer with London Economics. I suspect maybe in some of the discovery, the reason quarterly came up was in examples of how other jurisdictions apply the I factor after rate year one. And that typically is done with quarterly measures, 4 quarterly measures to make 1 calendar year escalation factor.
Sure.
That may be the confusion, because I remember actually drafting some examples from other jurisdictions about the I factor, but that's on the post going in rates portion of it.
Thank you.
I don't know if this helps or makes things more confusing, but to Julia's point, in Connecticut rate cases in the past, when we've calculated that representative GDPPI index for the rate year, that will often cross calendar years because our rate year will cover multiple calendar years. So we don't think of it as like, well, we're picking 3 months from this year and 9 months from that year. We're trying to represent the rate year. But I do see why you could go down that line of thinking.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Laura, if you could advance the slide, and I think this kind of gets to where we were. So the point of my slide here was that if the rate case and subsequent rate years do not coincide with the BEAs, the Bureau of Economic Analysis, GDPPI measurement on a quarterly basis, that's not a big deal from the perspective. Okay.
Not from ours. And Avangrid utilities have had rate cases with rate years that are not exactly aligned to calendar quarters. And the way we've addressed for that is I'll call it monetized the quarterly values. We'll take the 3 months worth quarterly value when it's available and then turn it into a third. And then you'll often see an extra column in the exhibits we file showing that 1 month adjustment. It's to reflect the fact that the rate year does not perfectly align with the calendar quarters.
Thank you.
And to Mr. Horton's point, this is a detail. This is something that the utility has, it's a step taken by the utility to ensure that the rate year revenue requirement it proposes is reflective of its cost.
Thank you.
Just a little bit more on that, because it's very similar in each of the 3 states that we operate. In my experience with rate cases, there are different standards that apply, but essentially we take our test year actual costs and we bucketize them by activity as best we can. So it would be like labor or benefits or whatever the other categories of costs that would make up our cost of service from an expense standpoint. Conceptually, then we go through each one, we do our own scrubbing. Is this, does the cost that we have captured in our test year reflect normal activity? Is there something out of period, what have you? And then how will those costs change through rate year 1? And each one is then defended differently, whether it's on labor contracts or a specific, contract that we have in place, a benefit adjustment. What each one is different. What you're left with is a residual balance that we then apply, a residual balance of expenses that have not been specifically adjusted. And this is why I say it's a detail. In my experience, that is a relatively small component of our overall cost of service that then gets hit with an inflation adjustment to say, okay, this is what's left over that we didn't specifically adjust. That may be a very small number, or it may be a larger number, basically dependent on the regulator's acceptance for that residual balance. Then in rate year 2 and beyond, then, and again, we haven't talked about it, but another key piece of the rate case is figuring out how does that I factor relate to the X factor, which then tells you how should the average utilities costs change over time during the duration of so once you have the cost of service set, how do we think that cost is going to trajectory change over time? So the I then, I'm way over my skis on this, but Ms. Freyer can correct me. The I is sort of irrelevant because it's really the X that tells you how does the X work in tandem with the I factor to ensure that your rate, that trajectory will be valid to the utilities expenses. And all I'm saying is then if you leave the case with both a clear cost of service that gives the utility everything we said about an opportunity, not a guarantee to recover its costs in rate year 1, then I comes in for rate years 2, 3, and 4 beyond that. And it's been designed in a way to ensure that that rate year 2 change and beyond that will track with the utilities costs, working in tandem with the X. I say all that to say, it seems like you're driving at what's the appropriate time to set the I factor in the intervening years. And those are differences. In Massachusetts, it works that we make a filing in the fall, I think it's September 15th, for upcoming January 1st rate changes. And we look at that point in time when we make that filing, we look at the 4 quarters ending June of that current year. So the year before the rate goes into effect, we calculate the 4-quarter average change in GDPPI. And that's what goes into the I factor calculation for the upcoming year. It's based on a historical look, but it's set then prospectively for that upcoming rate year. And so that's saying roughly 2 quarters in advance of the rate years, rates taking effect, the I factor is then calculated and based on 4 quarters prior to that.
Thank you.
I have just one clarifying question as a follow-up to that. The historical 4 quarters for setting GDPPI, is that the same understanding that all other participants have on this as well? That it's used, that I think the words used, Mr. Horton, where it's the historical measure of GDPPI over the prior 4 quarters used as a, I don't know if you use the word proxy, but as used to prospectively inflate. So you're taking the historical and then applying that as the inflationary factor going forward for the coming period. Is that the same understanding that everyone has, or does anyone have a different perspective on how that mechanism works?
Carl Robico, I was hearing that we want 12 months of data to set an I, but that 12 months might end a few months prior to the date that it goes into effect. So there's always a little bit of lag. It doesn't compound because it catches up with subsequent iterations. But in a high inflation world, there will be a little bit of lag between the setting date, accumulating those 12 months, averaging those 12 months, and then putting it into effect.
I don't know that UI had an understanding. I think this was one area of the straw proposal that was ambiguous in our view, was how the I factor would be calculated. I think what Mr. Horton described seems like a reasonable approach to me, at least on the fly, but I don't know. I think this was an area of ambiguity in our view, and we had used in our financial analysis, just a flat 2% assumption for inflation, sort of recognizing that ambiguity.
Tom Wheel from OCC. We also have internally discussed this, and acknowledge that it isn't something that appears to have been set in stone to the extent anything has in these proceedings. The only thing I'd add, Mr. Horton's idea makes sense to me. The one thing that we have internally discussed and might be worth discussing at a future date is it would, in our minds, be possible to also institute like a reconciling mechanism to ensure that, to whatever extent that lag does reveal itself to be too far off from what it should have been, it would be possible to, as you're in the perhaps the next year's filings, adjust for that, similar sort of how we do it in the RAM.
Yep, just to build on that, the other option is if it's an automatic external exogenous number, I'm not really clear on how much time is necessary. Why 6 months might be necessary. It couldn't be done. I mean, commissions set the interest rate for that year, in December or something, and then it starts applying for January. So it seems the more we use an exogenous independent number, the shorter the lag time too. So there's two sides of the lag solution.
Julia Freyer with London Economics. In terms of the question about perhaps other jurisdictions and common practices, and to Tom's comment about reconciliation, we don't see other jurisdictions reconciling. There are jurisdictions that sometimes don't rely on a historical backward-looking estimate of inflation. They use forecasts. There are some entities out there that forecast inflation going forward, but they use a forecast, but then they do not, and even in that case, and Hawaii is an example, they don't go back and reconcile if the forecast turned out incorrect. And the premise behind not doing the reconciliation is that you want to secure the incentives for the utility to face a budget, a revenue cap, and use that money as efficiently, effectively as possible. If you're reconciling, I think that starts to weaken those incentives because you are creating an opportunity to go back and say rates could have been with realized inflation rates could have been higher. You're moving the target, if you will, or the goalpost you've set that serves as the strong incentive for cost containment. So even in jurisdictions that use a forecast rather than a historical number, to our knowledge, they don't go and reconcile for inflation.
And we would have concerns with the reconciling aspect as well, but I understand the sentiment. And I think the other guardrails that are inherent in PBR are there to protect against something getting out of whack, whether you're using historical actuals in the case of Massachusetts, and then putting that into rates on a prospective basis in the future, there's an inherent disconnect between those two things. Or if we used a forecast and that forecast proved to be incorrect, in either case, the guardrail is that we have an earnings sharing mechanism that comes into play. If that budget becomes out of alignment with our actual costs in either direction, the earnings sharing mechanism can then kick in, and there are others as well. I think Mr. Rabago referred to a exogenous cost in rate year 3, I think was the example he was using, although not that term. So that's to say, if in a given year, something becomes misaligned, it's not reflected in that I, again, plus or minus, that would be a single isolated incident that would be treated differently and outside the PBR.
I think Pureit, you had issued some discovery on the pros and cons of reconciling the I factor at some prior point in this proceeding. And I think, Carl, to your question, just mechanically of like, how would it work? Why would you take 6 months? If you are going to reconcile, I would encourage, or it seems to me that the RAM offers an opportunity to, build that reconciliation into the rate setting process without distorting the schedule too much. But I wouldn't suggest reinventing the RAM schedule for this limited purpose. So maybe that creates a timing difference that doesn't make sense when you look at it just through the lens of that one issue on its own.
Thank you. Ms. Farrer, you had mentioned the weakening incentives, which goes to my next question that I'll put to Eversource. What modifications would be necessary to this potential scenario, already having mentioned one, to both reflect EDC actual costs and ensure a strong cost containment incentive.
And again, are you asking about how to set the going in rates or in the intervening periods?
Going in rates.
I mean, I think I just would reiterate what I've said already, which is I think that as long as it is clear what the standards are going to be applied in a rate case for how to convince PURA of a known and measurable change that should be reflected in rate year one, as long as that's clear, and as long as there's consensus, which I believe around the table, again, there is, that rate year one rates should be set to reflect the utility's cost of service inclusive of an ROE set by the regulator in a rate case, so that the utility has an opportunity but not a guarantee in rate year one to recover its cost of service, including a reasonable return on equity, so we can attract capital to serve our customers, then I don't think there's controversy. It's all about what is the burden of proof and how can we demonstrate that burden of proof? And does PURA agree that should be the intent of rate year one, to give us the opportunity to earn an ROE that's set in a rate case? I think all the protection is there. A rate case is, we open up all of our books and every cost is scrutinized to assure that rates are set at a just and reasonable level. So I'm a little lost on, what the problem is that's trying to be solved there. And in the intervening rate years, there's more to say around protections and
that was my second part of the question, if you had any thoughts on that for the subsequent rate years.
And I think it goes back, and I think Mr. Wheel mentioned it earlier, like it might come down to materiality, because it does take on both sides a level of trust that both, first, the rate year rates are going to be set in a way that is fair and balanced in a way that we will have that opportunity. If we don't have that opportunity, then we are not going to be able to commit to any stay out of a rate case. It just won't work. If we're starting from a place of rates having been set below our cost of doing business, we won't be able to avoid a rate case when that is our only recourse to get rates to reflect the cost of doing business. We don't control our rates. PURA sets our rates. So if we can't have that starting point, then PBR will fail. And then the same is true for each of the intervening years, which is that, again, the goal of PBR is to ensure that we have the maximum incentives to pursue efficiently serving our customers and upholding our performance standards, both traditional measures and new that come into place as a result of PBR. So the goal is for us to be able to pursue those. If we get stuck debating around, should some other future cost reduction be set into rates? Well, we're going to lose that opportunity, because it will, I think Ms. Freyer said it, it will take away that incentive. If we're so focused on ensuring that no element of our cost of service is overstated in rates relative to what we're actually incurring for costs, we're losing that ebb and flow dynamic that happens, that once you come out of a rate case, all we have is revenues to run the business. We don't have specific cost elements that we have to adhere to. And that's the goal of the PBR, is that we are going to do everything we can to be as efficient and to arm our frontline men and women to serve our customers well, with investing in the people, the processes, and the technology so they can do things different and serve our customers better. If we're so focused on, if we lose sight of that as the ultimate objective, then I don't see PBR working at all.
I think just to the point that's been made a few times about making sure we're setting in the going in rates in a way that, that allows for the recovery of costs and also cost containment. And it is in effect, our one bite at the apple, right? To set those right and ensure then that we can trust that the design of the PBR process is going to work. I think that's why we wanted to dig in on going in rates in particular and say, what are the things, what are the questions to ask? What are the design mechanisms we can put in place now to ensure that that we're not creating a situation where those costs can inflate in a way that is inappropriate or that masks some other change that may be to the detriment of ratepayers. So I think I hear you, and I think it's just really important to take the time to ensure that we're looking for the choices that can be made in designing and the going in rate aspects that can ensure that we're, digging into how are we doing this in a way that is going to serve the interests of customers in addition to meet the needs of the utility. Did anyone else want to weigh in on Mr. White's question? Survey? No. Save the sound? No.
And if I ask you a follow-up based on what you just said?
I certainly, I may or may not be able to answer, but go ahead.
I completely understand. So it strikes me that designing an I-X based PBR framework is new for Connecticut, and there are a lot of questions that we have to tackle for the first time, at least for this state, right? Obviously, other states have implemented this type of PBR, and we can look to how they've handled it to inform, but for Connecticut, developing an I-X framework is new. But setting rates for rate year one are not new. You know, that's something that's been done in Connecticut for, I'm guessing, at least 100 years, if not longer. And a lot of people before me who were very smart and worked very hard and took their jobs very seriously tried really hard to design that process as well as they can. And as a result, we have a slew of requirements that go into rate cases. We have standard filing requirements. We have some, you know, a set procedural calendar. We have interveners, and there are all these hallmarks and things that are already part of the process that again, I wasn't here for all that history, but I'm guessing they were added to the process to address questions very similar to the ones that you're asking now. Are there disadvantages or flaws in that current approach that you're trying to use PBR to solve? Or are you just using PBR as an opportunity to re-examine this process that's already in place in Connecticut and just make, like, almost double check, like I take my car in for an inspection, that nothing's broken? Like, could you just kind of help me with where you're coming from? I don't know if my question makes sense, but hopefully you can see what I'm getting at.
I think structure for is being used as a mechanism to I think instead the
Maybe I'll re-ask it this way, and maybe this helps. So when you ask questions like that and we answer by explaining how elements of the process today would continue to apply in this world of PBR, is that resonating, or are we kind of missing the mark of what you're trying to get at by asking that question?
and make the opener comments that we have, and for helping us. But what does
That's helpful. I thank you very, very much. You have a host of comments about the time periods in that interim period box in the bottom left. I don't know if this technical conference is the right venue for them. I know I've commented on that in the past, but if there's a time, I have a lot of thoughts about that interim period timeline.
So,
Okay. I'd be nervous about committing that we can prepare a rate case in 6 months, because I think there are a lot of expectations for a rate case filing for utility in Connecticut, and
just as
hence my interest.
yes. So a couple of questions here talked about, but I think this.
No, and this is why I keep trying to bring it back to the time periods, because that known and measurable contractual escalation will get you to rate year one. It will not get you past rate year one. That I factor adjustment that is the second part of your question, that kicks in rate year two. So it is two adjustments for the same item, but they are in different periods, and the utilities costs will continue to escalate. So it is appropriate to adjust it once for rate year one, and then again for rate year two, recognizing the discussion that was before, that by shifting to an I-X framework, we're sort of taking the leap that our costs are no longer linked, or our revenues, excuse me, are no longer linked to specific costs, but it is still linked to our cost of service broadly. As any revenue setting framework that's established in this proceeding must provide the utility a reasonable opportunity, but not a guarantee to recover its costs in a fair rate of return.
I'm a little confused, and maybe I could get some clarity. Make it sort of simple. Let's say that the company decides to, or proposes to, outsource bucket truck maintenance with a 4-year contract as a way to save money, and, you know, on shop costs and maintenance costs and all that sort of stuff, or meter reading or any other function you want to describe, but I'll just stick with bucket truck maintenance. And you sign a contract with Bucket Truck Maintainers Inc., and they say it's $100 a year, and it's it's inflated by some number. It rises by 3% in inflation each year, and you're going to sign a 4-year contract for bucket truck maintenance. To me, that sounds like they've already accounted for inflation, and the I factor would be different. So what am I missing?
I think what you're missing is your example didn't touch on rate making at all until the very end. That contract, that 4-year contract that escalates by 3% per year, that's just an operational thing, right? That says nothing about how you've accounted for it from a rate making perspective. So to use an example from rate making, we have collectively bargained agreements with our union employees that often have 3% wage increases per year. And what we'll do when we compute a revenue requirement is that collectively bargained agreement will often extend beyond the end of the rate year because it's a multi-year agreement, but we'll escalate our test year costs based on the contractual escalations through the rate year. And so the fact that the contract is signed for multiple years doesn't mean anything with respect to double counting, because it's not counting at all for rate making. We'll only start counting for rate making purposes when we compute the revenue requirement. And when we compute the revenue requirement, at least in rate cases passed in Connecticut, we've taken the historical escalation between the test year and the rate year. So there's no double counting things that happen after the end of the rate year.
And I agree with that. I think if we would either be looking at a rate making framework similar to what has existed in Connecticut in recent past prior to the most recent rate cases, where you would incorporate into our rates the 4-year costs of that specific contract, including the inflation. And that's how rates would be set to collect the overall cost, but just for that one particular item, you'd set rates to collect that cost and only that cost. Whereas PBR, you're, as I understand it, agreeing to depart from that for the future rate years. You're agreeing to say, okay, after rate year 1, we will no longer have that specific escalation set into rates. You have rate year 1, and then you apply PBR on top of it. It was earlier mentioned that potentially PURA is contemplating doing a hybrid of sorts, but that's generally not how it's treated. Generally, you set the going in rates, and I would love to continue the discussion, Mr. Kramer, around, and I understand that the motivation to try to, just kick the tires to ensure that things are done well, but I'm struggling to see how we're going to get to someplace different, because PBR really only comes into play for those intervening years. It doesn't change the fact that rate year 1 cost of service needs to be set at your cost of service, decided in a rate case inclusive of that return on equity. So if there's some other standard that PURA wants to introduce for how do we convince PURA of rate year 1 costs, that can and should be done, and it doesn't need to be done as part of PBR. It's entirely separate from what PBR is. PBR comes in to say, okay, I don't want to have this 4-year contract set into rates anymore, but do that for every single line item in our cost of service. PBR says, let's just set it and forget it, basically. Let's put one rate year into rates, spend all our time and energy in a rate case on that, and then have a framework that allows the utility to stay out of a rate case and focus intently on operations and serving our frontline men and women to serve our customers well, not bogged down by a rate case process, and not bogged down by, some will argue, a cost of service mentality that says, well, all I have to do is spend money and come back in, and I'll get it in the next rate case. The promise and the benefit of PBR from a customer savings perspective is that we have those incentives aligned so that for rate years 2, 3, and 4, and the whole period between rate cases, we are aggressively pursuing the cost saving, which in your example was, I think you used 1 billion versus 900,000. Or 900 million. We would be aggressively pursuing that because that will produce savings for customers. That can only happen if the whole PBR plan, though, works together. And right now, just on that one particular example, that is not how Pura is contemplating setting rates during the intervening periods for PBR. Any savings that would come about would immediately go back to customers through operation of the earning sharing mechanism, which we're not arguing against, but that is not what's currently in the case here. And the last thing I'll say, just back, Mr. Kramer, to your comments, I understand that we should be ensuring that rate year one rates, we're all confident and comfortable we're getting to that goal, if that's the goal. It's my goal. I don't know if it's Pura's goal. That rates are set to collect our cost of service, inclusive of return, so that we can attract capital to serve our customers. But when I look at the straw proposal, I think the things that continues to throw me off, whether it's the straw proposal or now the arc of the technical session prompts or the discovery, is it does seem to be continually searching for something other than simply getting to rate year one costs that do that, whether it's eliminating post-test year adjustments for known and measurable changes. That was in the straw proposal. Whether it's using abandoning end of period depreciation and using a 13-month historical actual. That's a departing from that objective. And you can go down the list. Abandoning capital cost recovery in the rate years, or coming up with an X that's based on industry cost trends. They're not designed with that goal in mind, and that's what's scaring us.
There we go. The straw proposal put forth that, a stake in the ground, a starting place that we are in the process of refining through the discovery, through these discussions. And I think where, to your question, I think we are searching for, through this discovery and through getting the responses, what is the right place for us all to land? So getting these perspectives out helps to understand where folks are and what we are ultimately working towards. So I don't have more to say about it other than that that was but a place to start, and then we're working to refine as we learn more from one another and get more into the record about the alternatives. Attorney Wheel, it looks like you want to add something.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the original question about a multi-year contract and applying the I factor, because I think I understand it the same way Mr. Hurwitz described it, but I want to make sure, I want to dumb it down a little because that's how my brain works. So using sort of an example like Mr. Rabago, let's say there's a contract that according to the contract, the cost increases $10 every year. So in the test year, it's $100. In rate year one, it's going to be $120. Rate year three, $130. Rate year four, $140. Those are the costs. Unless the contract changes, those are the costs the utility will incur. But that's not what rates would reflect in the traditional I minus X model. What you'd actually get is you'd have the rate year one cost of $120, since that's known and measurable. So you'd ignore the test year $100 actual of the contract, since you have a contract telling you rate year one's $120, and then you just apply I minus X to $120. And even though the utility is going to be paying $130 the next year, $140 the next year, that's, I think, what Mr. Horton's saying. You knowingly abandon that knowledge in favor of applying the formula. And getting back to what I was saying sort of way at the beginning of the meeting, I think you can build in exceptions for that. Let's say the contract materially goes down year after year. That would certainly be a concern for OCC of escalating that by the I-X formula. Or perhaps the utility might be concerned if the contract is sure to go up 300% annually. They might want to advocate for some exception to the I-X formula there. And that, I think, gets back to maybe what Mr. Rabago was suggesting. You could build in some sort of, that could be a cost to consider deferring. You could kind of adjust the rate year one rates conceptually to account for that. But not to confuse matters, my understanding of the way the multi-year contract would work under the I-X formula with no other adjustments would be just that you'd use the known contractual amount that the company will pay in rate year one, and then you ignore every other subsequent year contractual term because for rate making purposes, because you're only escalating the rate year one by the formula.
And I agree, which is why it's so important to get the I-X right too, because that is a study that says, what is the average cost trend of an average industry participant? So there's study that focuses on, okay, so now how does an average utilities cost trend change over time when you take into account their capital investment requirements, their O&M trajectory over time, all relative to their sales volumes and their customer growth. That's what that study tells us, so that we can, if it's done well and done right, have assurance that the rate year 2, 3, and 4 will take into account all cost pressures and cost changes, because we're focusing on one element that may be more or less than that just singular application of inflation or the I minus X. You may look at that and say, well, this contract actually went down in cost, so why are you getting an inflation on it? Or regulatory assets, the authority asked us about those. But the whole idea of the I minus X is to look at the cost in totality, because for every cost that's going down, especially as I sit here, and of course I'm, on the utility side, so I see it, there's intense cost pressures upward on our cost of service. And so if we're not designing it in mind to what our actual costs going to be, and then having that I minus X designed in a way so that we have the average cost trend of an average industry participant, that we are then incentivized through PBR to perform better than, that's the promise of PBR for customers, is that under PBR, we will try to do better than that allowance provided under the PBR term. But if it's not designed well and it's not based on cost still, it's not going to work, because if companies that don't cover their costs of doing business don't stay in business.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. I want to come back quickly to save the sound, because I think we kicked this off with a question that you had asked Mr. Rabego, if there was anything else you wanted to clarify or add on here. And then we do have one other sort of subtopic within going in rates that I think would be good to move on to next before we get to our break. So
Yeah, so just first, as a point of ego, I pronounce it Robago. That's okay. It's from Spain. Anyway, what I'm a little befuddled. I think I now understand that essentially this view is that there are no multi-year known and measurable costs, because you just take the year one cost and you repeat it. But even if the contract has a known and measurable, say, inflation adjustment of 5% per year, you don't apply 5% per year, you apply I. And I get that as a mechanical choice, but I also think there's a weird possible gaming or unexpected adverse consequence, because, I'm just a small business guy, but if you sign a multi-year contract with me, you'll get a better rate from me. Right? And treating it as if every single year's spending is a single year with an exogenous I, it seems to me like it's missing an opportunity to do something to get a multi-year sort of contract benefit, at least on the I side of the equation. And I don't know why. I guess I need to think real hard on this, but I don't know why we want the utilities to say, I'll pay you $100 a year, and then, and I'm willing to pay you up to my I every year, but not something that we agree on in advance. It just strikes me as a little bit odd.
Can I ask
Substitutes the regulatory I for the contract inflator for a multi-year contract. And I don't know which is better, but it seems to me, it just strikes me as weird. I'm sorry.
thank you. I think we're going to leave it there on this topic. We talked about it earlier. We've come back to it. Let's leave it here for now, and move on to the next topic within going in rates, please.
So a question for Eversource, and I've heard what you've said here today, but I want to ask this not about O&M, but about depreciation. Eversource's, and I could share this with you if you want, but specifically Eversource's response to UPA 43. It states the depreciation study would be used to set the appropriate depreciation rates by asset class and the appropriate level of depreciation expense at the outset of the going in rates. the PURA approved depreciation rates would be applied by the accounting organization to each asset class, and the resulting depreciation expense would be recorded to the company's books and records to be recognized starting in rate year 1 and on a going forward basis until the company's next base distribution rate case. In other words, depreciation expense is adjusted using standard accounting practices, specifically the depreciation study, not the revenue cap formula. Is this Eversource's position?
Yeah, I think, again, we were confused and maybe still am when the question was asking how depreciation expense is accounted for. And then it asked, introducing a concept of, well, how should that factor in or change or vary based on what the revenue support framework that's put in place, whether it's a multi-year rate plan or a performance-based rate making framework, or with the introduction of a capital tracker. And what we were trying to convey was that the depreciation expense is a function of PURA approved depreciation rates, which happens in a rate case. You could do it more frequently, I suppose, but I don't see why you would do that. So the depreciation rate is set in a rate case. And then the actual expense is based on how much capital is placed into service, which doesn't have anything to do with revenues. It's purely a function of how much capital investment needs are on the system, how much capital is placed into service, and then what's the corresponding depreciation expense. So that was what we were trying to bring into the fold. Where the revenues become important is it gets back to the whole thing I've said like 1,000 times today, and I'll keep saying, we are going to experience that level of expense regardless because we have to make the investments that serve our customers. So if we don't have a corresponding revenue framework that acknowledges that level of expense, this is true for every component of our cost of service, then we will not be able to avoid rate cases and stay out of them. Meaning if we're spending significantly more capital, causing us to increase our level of depreciation expense above that which is set in rates, because we don't have a corresponding revenue mechanism, whether it's a properly designed I-X formula or properly constituted cast-off rates or a capital tracker, we will have revenues that are insufficient for us to match our level of expense. In this case, we're talking just about depreciation. If depreciation expense is going up, but revenues have not been adjusted or allowed to adjust for an increase in expense, returns decline, and the only remedy is a rate case. And so that's what so perhaps I need to just ask the question back. I'm not seeing how the depreciation expense would vary based on how PURA, implements a capital funding mechanism, a K-bar capital funding mechanism, or a separate capital tracker. Because those things determine the level of revenues, not how we account for expenses. I can tell that didn't work.
Can I try maybe? But I might be repeating myself. I think that the calculation of depreciation expense, which requires a depreciation study, is done for the going in rates. Then there is no need for a depreciation study for rate year 2, rate year 3, rate year 4, because at that point, the depreciation expense from the first calculation of going in rates is embedded into the revenue requirement that is then escalated with the I-X. And the I-X is set, the framework is set at the design, but there is no need to peer into any specific expense. The company may still be reporting expenses on their financial statements and so forth, but those are not how rates are set for the period of PBR until the end of PBR, until you have the next test year, next interim period for the next generation of PBR. So maybe that helps. I don't know.
And so depreciation provides a level of cash flow for ongoing capital investment. It's a return of investment. And to the extent where we're spending more than that level of depreciation without a corresponding revenue stream, we're going to incur more depreciation expense. All else equal, our return will come down, which is why when you have times of increasing capital investment, whether it's for AMI or distributed energy resource interconnection or electric vehicles or age and asset condition, et cetera, which is what we're faced with right now in the face of climate change and intense weather, if we do not have a properly designed revenue support mechanism with the I-X or PBR application, then our returns will come down, and then the only recourse again is to file a rate case to increase those returns if we've extracted all the savings we can out of the business to prop up our returns. And so that's why it just gets back to we don't have a view into if inflation is sufficient by applying inflation to depreciation expense. If there's not adequate care given to evaluating, is that sufficient to support the level of ongoing capital? But again, it's true for every component of the cost of service. If it's not properly designed to ensure that the application of the I-X will give that revenue trajectory to allow the utility to have in each rate year an opportunity, but not a guarantee to cover its cost of business, then it just will not work. And so that's the case for depreciation as well. If we're having significantly increased capital expenditures, but not having the formula that applies, acknowledge that significant increase in capital expenditures for whatever reason, then the PBR mechanism will be insufficient and companies won't be able to avoid rate cases.
So back to Mr. White's initial question and the response from Eversource, did any participant have a different perspective on how the depreciation would be set and applied in going in rates?
The expense. I would, Carl Robigo, save the sound. I want to agree with that. I think the distinction needs to be made between replacement depreciation, if you will, and incremental capital investment depreciation. I was intrigued by the suggestion in OCC's comments that maybe applying inflation to that incremental depreciation might accelerate the payoff and thereby facilitate more rapid replacement. But I think I'm in the end only intrigued. I think that other remedies like an actual specific, effort to change it or do something different to pursue a more productive technological or investment opportunity, rather than, applying inflation to the depreciation I don't think we'll get that much out of that. So why do it? Address the dramatic productivity improving replacement investment separately. And by the way, that is something we do want to
sort of have in mind, right? You know, we don't, a truly competitive business would figure out how to write off those sunk costs and not fall, you know, victim to the sunk cost fallacy, and would pursue an extremely productivity improving investment. And so to the extent we can make the behavior mimic that, I think we're all better off. But I think that calls for, hey, wow, I've got, you know, there's a new option here and it's 50% less expensive. We need to find a way to do this, as opposed to just slavishly following the, you know, the 20 or 30-year depreciation cycle or something like that, right? But I think that's, like I said, I think I'm agreeing that incremental investment, that becomes an incremental investment decision because it's so fundamentally different that it should be treated differently than just mere replacement depreciation.
I'll just add a couple of comments to this discussion for the group's consideration. I might try to bifurcate this question into sort of two pieces. So I think the first piece is a relatively clear-cut one. I agree with Mr. Horton, Attorney Wheel, that there's a difference between the amount of depreciation expense that we record on our books because we're required to for GAAP and FERC rules. It's the amount of capital multiplied by the approved depreciation rates, and we have to record that. There's no choice. But then there's separately the question of what amount of depreciation do you reflect in the approved revenue requirement? And there I also agree with the views that have been expressed before that the level of revenues that come out of this PBR proceeding have to provide the utility and reasonable opportunity, but not a guarantee to recover the costs and earn a fair rate of return. But there, I think there is room for exploring, you know, is this done with, like it was done in 2208, a total balance of gross plant in one rate? Do we do it at a functional plant level where we do distribution, general, and intangible plant at composite rates for those sections? Do we do it FERC account by FERC account? How does the formula change if there's a K-bar mechanism versus some other capital funding mechanism? I think those are valid questions that should be further explored, but I think the first part of your question that I'm understanding of just like, how is there a difference between the amount of depreciation expense the utility records and how does a depreciation study fit into that? It seems kind of clear cut from, so I might be missing what you're trying to get at here, but I would encourage the group to think about this in like two separate tracks, if that makes sense.
Thank you. And with regard to, so for UI, if an MRP is conducted every 4 years, is it reasonable to expect an MRP and depreciation study could be aligned?
I would agree with Mr. Horton's characterization from earlier. It seems reasonable to say you could do a depreciation study in each rate case. Of course, theoretically, you could do it more often. I struggle to see the appeal of doing that. It seems doing a depreciation study as part of a rate case filing like it's done in the past makes sense from UI's perspective. We could think about whether every 4 years is too often. I'm not sure about that, but I think I wouldn't anticipate it being more often than the rate case cycle. I'll say that.
Thank you.
I think that that concludes the questions that we had for the going in rates portion. And so I think now is a good time to break. It's 3:08 now. Chairman, I'll defer to you on, I think we had estimated a 15-minute break. Would you like to return at 3:25, 3:20?
Yeah, let's just take it to 3:25.
3:25. Okay. Thank you.
Because you're gonna have. That's the one I'm scared. I'm scared, it's like, we need $1 million.
They don't operate that way.
Okay, yeah, well, no. Wow, is this fun? Yeah, my head is swimming, it's like. Okay, I'll just be. It is, it. Further when you file. Our profits went to the city.
We actually, I mean.
Right, now we're.
Then we did the whole rate. Throw all the money out, like, my flush down the toilet, you know?
I do have a high level of concern about strategic game. I prefer it, and that's why I was. Good incentive opportunity.
You do have this in year 3.
Crazy than older. Right, restroom.
Okay, it's 3:25, right on the dot. Who are we missing? Mr. Hurwitz. All right, Mr. Kramer, Mr. White, I think you can get us started, restarted.
I'm sorry.
I the challenge will be when the data is available. The computation is a straightforward one. It's just, you know, the way we've done it in rate cases past, as I described earlier, is the average GDPPI index over a rate year as compared to the average GDPPI index in the test year, and that calculation is a relatively straightforward one. The limiting factor would be the availability of the data. You would need the time to have passed, and then whatever source for the index we select to have published the result.
I think I would agree. I just, just to make sure that we're still thinking of it the same, I would have the the way that my mind is thinking of it is the same as the discussion earlier, which is that the calculus for known and measurable adjustments as being applicable to the cast off rates or the going in rates, and also as being different from the I factor for rate years 2, 3, and 4. So if that's what we're talking about, I would agree with Mr. Hurwitz, which is that, you know, in Massachusetts, it doesn't need to be done this way, but you do the filing September 15th for rates effective in upcoming January. You could do it more close in time with more recent information, but then you're trading off less time to understand the rate impact, evaluate the calculation, which is very straightforward. It's just a trade-off between how close in time do you want to have the information available prior to rate years 2, 3, and 4 and beyond, as opposed to having more time to evaluate the impacts.
That being earlier, onto the productivity. There we go. We're going to move on to the X factor or the productivity factor, which we've described previously in this docket as a measure of productivity that reflects the growth in cost growth, or reflecting the average historical trends in a multi-factor productivity or of a group of peer utilities. And to date, we've had some discussion on this in technical meetings and also asked for written comments previously around methods for setting the X factor, which have included in discovery to date that total factor productivity study method and some of the particulars of that, but also some alternatives proposed, including setting a de facto productivity factor, excluding a productivity factor as was contemplated in the Schwab proposal, and also the alternative of including it and setting it to 0. And so with that as the backdrop, we'll have 2 minutes for opening comments on this particular topic, and then we'll get into some more pointed questions that Mr. White will start us with. We started with Save the Sound last time we did opening remarks. I'm gonna come over here, and Mr. Hurwitz, would you like to kick us off and we'll move around the circle?
Yeah, sure. So a few general comments. One, I think the findings that PURA has already made with respect to utility costs demonstrate that utility cost trends in utility productivity differ from trends in the economy overall. And so I think as UI sees it, a total factor productivity study must be performed. I don't think you could just wholly dismiss one or set a value without doing any of the analysis in this proceeding. I struggle to see how that could be a reasonable outcome of this proceeding, given the fact that the Handy-Whitman Index has already been recognized to be representative of utility costs, and it's a very simple historical comparison to show that that grows significantly more quickly than the GDPPI has historically. So I think a total factor productivity study must be done to account for differences between productivity in the utility industry and productivity in the economy overall. I would, as we've talked about in technical meetings past, anticipate that study being part of utilities rate case filing, just like an ROE study or a depreciation study or a lead lag study might be, where there would be a specialized expert who performs the study and then presents their evidence in, whether testimony or report, exhibit of some kind that, makes clear what they did, how they did it, the data sources they relied on, and then how the outputs flow into the rate making formula. But at the same time, I recognize that UI at least has not done a total factor productivity study, and I don't think one has been done in the state of Connecticut either. So UI is nervous about being overly prescriptive about the specific elements of the total factor productivity study absent that experience. I think there are some high-level principles we could agree to that have been discussed already on the record, including that the data should be transparent and easily available and the study should be explained. But we're nervous about getting too far into the details without the up close and personal experience. And I'll leave it there. I don't know how I'm doing with my 2 minutes, but I'll end there.
Attorney Will? We
So, I'm not sure. But I think it's similar, like I said before, the current standard in Connecticut. Also, question, I did.
Yep, that's your 2 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. We'll come over here, Mr. Horton.
Doug Horton with Eversource, agree with everything that Attorney Wheel said and Mr. Hurwitz. I think all I would add and to offer is that, you know, as I keep having this common refrain around rate year intended to collect a utility's cost of service, including an opportunity, not a guarantee to recover its. I know that I'm repeating that, but I think any jurisdiction that sets utility rates or investor-owned utility models acknowledges that that's the goal of the utility rate making framework, and any jurisdiction that has implemented PBR has done so with that in mind. In my reading and understanding of how other jurisdictions have applied it, and Ms. Freyer can speak to it consistently. So that's why I keep coming back to it. And as it relates to the I and the X in the development of the two, that then becomes so important during the period between rate cases. Because if those two things aren't designed in a way that's based on utilities' underlying costs, in the case of the X, it's looking at an average, just like ROE, looking at other peer utilities and what is their cost trajectory over time. And then how does it relate to inflation, the gross domestic, the GPPI? How does it relate to inflation, which is not utility specific, which is not really having anything to do with the cost drivers of a utility? It needs to be done in a way that says, here's the average cost change for a utility over time, so that in any given year in the PBR plan, that opportunity exists. And I think that's all I would say. However you get to define it and develop that X factor, I agree with Attorney Wheel. People are going to take different perspectives on what are the inputs, what's the time frame, what are those peer utility groups, just like people take exception when you're evaluating an ROE. At the end of the day, though, I think the regulator's job is to establish an ROE, and it would be to establish an X factor that gives that utility the opportunity, but not a guarantee. That's just, I mean, fundamentally underlying all the comments that we have in this proceeding to date, whether it's applicable to the I, the X, or the S, or any of the expense adjustments and rates as well.
Thank you. And under time, Attorney Rothenberger.
Yeah, I'll just be brief before I turn it over to Carl. I'm hearing perhaps a lot of consensus on this issue as well. I think as the proponent of the original proposal to set the X factor at 0, just want to underscore that that was meant as a placeholder measure to recognize the value that the X factor has in the revenue cap formula. So we didn't want to lose the X off the board, but recognize that, as we've heard about these TFPs, it is a very complicated process to develop this. So that was just meant to sort of give us a little bit of time to figure out what the right number, the right range would be. I think I agree with everything that's been said so far, yeah, look forward to the continuing discussion. Thank you.
Yep. I'll just add a couple more things. I think echoing what Charles just said, we envision an X factor that's set based on TFP type studies plus benchmarking to peer utilities. What they're doing in Idaho is not really relevant, and unless they're working on exactly the same function under parallel situations. So, and benchmarked against policy goals, because some performance criteria will be more important than others for Connecticut, and it needs to be reflected in that benchmarking variation of the ultimate setting of the X factor. I think the analogies to ROE are very strong. And I, you know, I like the idea that regulators have the ability to look at a variety of approaches and weigh a number of factors. And if they come within the range of reason, it usually stands up. I think the same thinking can be applied to the X factors. But I also know that when you're sitting in the utility seat and you've got the, let's just not say an unlimited, but let's say a healthy budget to hire experts and stakeholders do not, it becomes more art than science in deciding whether it's, CAPM, CAPM, max, DCF, no DCF, risk premium, all the clever ways in which we sort of make our arguments for or against a particular ROE. And I would hate to replicate that in the TFP. So it's going to take some thought. And because it's going to take some thought, and because it's going to take some experience, I think some tracking metrics are a good idea on the way to moving beyond the placeholder of 0.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much for that. And now we're going to move into some targeted questions. Mr. White.
Thank you, Peter. Question for UI. Should the productivity factor be included in the revenue cap formula to reflect how productive the specific utilities are relative to the broader economy? Should it be included to push the utilities toward efficiency gains, or is there some other purpose?
So I have never done a total factor productivity study, so I would defer to those who have. My understanding is a total factor productivity study is intended to measure the difference between productivity in the economy as a whole and productivity in the utility industry. I don't know if there was more that you were expecting me to say, but that is my understanding of how it works.
And I do just want to point out too, it's not productivity in that implying that utilities are not productive. It's productivity in terms of the science, and I'm going to yield to Ms. Freyer here, who's much more eloquent than I am on this topic, that it's productivity in evaluating how much are the outputs that we're providing, kilowatt hours or customers, relative to the cost of the inputs that go into providing that service. And so there's a study, and then looking at how does that compare to general inflation. The factors that contribute to a negative productivity for utilities isn't because we're not productive. It's that we don't have the same opportunity as a general economy to change how we are serving our customers. We're not operating in a factory floor. It's a very different type of an environment, causing the X factor recently for utilities to be a negative, meaning the cost trend for an average industry participant is greater than the average change in inflation, even with a relatively high level of inflation. But I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Freyer to speak to the specifics around whether it should be, an average industry, to your question, an average participant or a specific utility.
So typically for setting the X factor, and let's keep it separate from the stretch factor, the S factor we'll talk about. The X factor is measuring the change in, so not even the productivity level, but the change in productivity over time. Because we've set the going in rates. We've set the dollar or the cents per kilowatt hour or the total dollar amounts of the revenue requirement. That's the going in rates. The I minus X is setting an index or escalation from rate year 2 to rate year 3 and so forth. So what we want is a percentage. So we are looking at the productivity trend in the industry first. That's the first step. That is actually the TFP study itself. But then we have to look at the components of the TFP in the industry and compare it to the components of the broader economy if we decide to go with GDP, IPI as the inflation index. And I think I've heard it a few times, but there needs to be a holistic or harmonized view of the entire framework. The choice of I, the choice of X, they have to fit together. If they don't, even if we're just setting temporary maybe assumptions, that's where things fall apart, and it's no longer a true PBR framework. So unfortunately in the straw proposal, because of all those placeholders, we didn't have true PBR that we have in other jurisdictions that I've worked with that have implemented PBR. We had some makings of it, but it was a little bit cobbled together. So to get a theoretically correct PBR framework that will be sustainable, we need the X factor to reflect the TFP plus the differences in productivity trends, not productivity levels, but trends between the economy and the industry if we're using GDP IPI. There are industries that don't use GDP IPI, and for that reason, their adjustments are a little bit different, mechanically speaking. There was a comment earlier too, maybe I'll jump in, about the stretch factor, which is the productivity of the firms, the relative, not the productivity trend over time, but the productivity levels of the individual firms. That is not set through a TFP study, that is set through benchmarking. But a benchmarking study and a TFP study share a lot of common traits, including some common data. But they have different timeframes that are involved, and one is measuring a particular firm relative to its peers. That's the benchmarking study. A TFP study is looking at the aggregate industry, not any individual firm, and how the aggregate industry is able to produce efficiencies in the past. So I hope that helps a little bit, kind of to set the context, but you can do both types of analyses. I've done those types of analyses in other jurisdictions. They can be done in a very transparent manner where all stakeholders can easily review it. Does not require having some sort of programming language skills. It could be actually presented entirely open source in Excel. And the data is very readily available in the United States for electric distribution utilities because we have access to a lot of state level filings, but also FERC Form 1, which is a public source of data that goes back many decades. So it's very reliable, very relevant.
Yeah, and I guess there's a couple of things. First of all, I have a tendency to think that oftentimes the sort of the total enterprise or the total industry sector or the total economy blurs a lot of things that are not particularly helpful in designing an overall performance-based scheme. My biggest concern with the TFP is that if we take 20 years of historical data, we will gather a lot of numbers, but we will not be gathering major trends that are going on in the industry. The difference between what a utility spent in the 1970s and how it spent it and today is not very meaningful, except to say that utilities tend to outspend the rate of, of sort of cost growth of the industry in general. And there's a whole bunch of factors that are associated with that, including the regulatory model itself, which rewards through cost plus regulation. I think it kind of blurs over though, because there are things like the adoption of information technology, the sort of the AMI trend and those kinds of things in the electric industry, which can be read outside of the utility group for an indication of how business and how the economy is taking advantage of lower cost ways to secure outputs from a given level of inputs, and how quickly they adopt technology, the economics, if you will, of innovative technologies. I also think there's a lot of value in sort of the disintermediation benefits of adoption of distributed energy resources that could show up through total factor productivity analysis, but I tend to lean towards functionalization. Like we in an earlier round commented on the idea that even return on equity could be functionalized. I think that in the end, the focus should be heading more toward trying to get toward that benchmarking information, how the firm performs in a particular function. And for that reason, I'm perfectly happy leaving the X factor at 0 while we work on the next topic of discussion, the S factor, to try to accomplish some of the performance goals. So just a little more context from me.
Yeah. Methods would be. model using.
Right.
So what way that be mitigated? Not conducted one, but able for how you can mitigate.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just lean back on what I said before, is it may be that pieces of this business, deserve different treatment. So I generally, for example, absent federal incentives and maybe hopefully some improvements in the future, transmission costs vary pretty much with inflation, right? I mean, and there's no peer in the outside world, or maybe, I don't know, toll roads or something, right? That you would want to look at. So we don't, it's not meaningful to inflate or deflate the rates that are spent on something like transmission. And I know that different people participate in spending on transmission, but I'm using it as an example. Because it generally varies with inflation and we're not seeing massive productivity improvements. Now, bring in things like advanced transmission technologies and you might recognize, but now you're getting closer over to that benchmarking side. So for something that's likely to vary and doesn't have a whole lot of analogs in the mainstream economy, lumping in that, an X factor and applying it to transmission spending would not make a lot of sense. But maybe the adoption of information technologies would, or, electronic billing and bill payment technologies. Sure, the rate in which utilities have reduced the cost in serving per customer could be analogized to what's going on in the overall society. So I'm wrapping up with these hastily thought of examples, is the idea that there's enough difference between what utilities generally do and everybody else, and just to justify saying, I'm not so sure a total factor productivity economy at large versus utility industry at large is particularly helpful or indicative of anything meaningful in terms of changing rates on a regular basis. So.
If I can just jump in. So again, going back to the data, I think your question was biases in the data. So we're going to be doing, first of all, a total factor productivity study just for the distribution sector. So we're not going to deal with anything on generation or transmission because those are not the functions for which we're talking about here. And the data set at FERC Form 1 is very good at segregating all that. Even for vertically integrated utilities, those are separate data sets. There's already cost functionalization that's being reported that's separate for all those elements of, let's say, the electricity service value chain from the customer's perspective. We're just focusing on the distribution business. And there's a lot of line items in the data that allows us to look very deeply. To go to like the issues, for example, about what's driving capital additions, is it AMI or new information systems? Is it new distribution planning, operational techniques? That will actually be all captured in the data. So one of the biases of maybe that I'll also worry about is using stale data. So I don't like, even though we might have data back to the 60s and 70s on productivity growth in the electric distribution sector in the US, it's not relevant into the late 2020s and 2030s. So a decision you make as a data scientist is to make sure the data you're using is relevant. And we are looking at over time so we can see where there are those, let's say, industry-wide trends that allow us to kind of create a line in the sand about what data might be too stale to be useful and what data is relevant for us. We also have other ways to control, because control for or not worry about controlling for certain factors when you're doing TFP. You aren't interested in the formation of the state regulatory and policy levels as much when you're looking at TFP, because it's not a policy level of analysis of what's driving cost. It's much more of a physical analysis of a utility needs to hire certain amounts of labor, spend certain amounts of capital in order to provide good performance, good utility service for its customers. It has X number of customers that need to consume Y megawatt hours a year of electricity. Those are the types of physical variables that we need to use in the TFP study. And those won't be biased to some of those discussions that we had about, let's say, policy, overarching policy mandates or regulatory styles. So in all other jurisdictions, we don't try to pick and choose peers that have only a particular type of regulator or a particular set of policies. We are trying to capture the industry trend for purposes of TFP. When it comes to benchmarking, that's when we start to worry about and try to control for some of these other factors. And we can do that through statistical analysis if we need to. But one more point, I think it's very, very important not to make an assumption about a de facto X factor. I really think that if you do that, you can no longer, going back to use Mr. Wheel's word, trust, to make that trust jump that you have an effective system that's going to produce just and reasonable rates, because you have actually foregone a cardinal theoretical rule that's the underpinning of PBR. If you don't have the scientific evidence that that is the right productivity trend to put in there, then, and it's kind of boring for everybody in the room, but the economic proof I would show you with lots of mathematical formulas would just fall apart. You wouldn't be able to actually guarantee that the I minus X you've chosen is going to be just enough, give the utility an opportunity, but not a guarantee to recover its cost of service. So it falls apart there. So you do need to do the productivity study, because then if you don't do it, you lose that lever that links it to the underlying theory, which is we're trying to mimic what happens in a competitive industry, where competition forces firms to contain costs as best as they can, while also allowing them to take into account external cost pressures like inflation.
One follow-up question on that, please. Jurisdictions where a TFP has been conducted, a TFP study has been conducted, there may have been multiple and different outcomes for what the productivity factor has been arrived at. And then ultimately, a regulatory body decided that based on whatever evidence was in the record in those cases, that it was more appropriate to then set the factor to 0 despite having the evidence that you're describing of what the X factor should have be. So would it be your position then that in light of evidence that is conflicting, making a decision that doesn't sort of side with any one of those is then setting up the PBR regime to fail? So I guess another way to say it is the jurisdictions where they've decided that they can't rely on either set or whatever set of results from the TFP study, and instead need to choose a de facto or use a 0 for a placeholder. Is it your perspective that then those PBR frameworks are failures, that they can't work?
I would interpret those other jurisdictions not just choosing a de facto number that didn't have any bearing in the evidence they saw. I would interpret those, and I'm not a regulator, but I'm one of the parties that presents evidence in those cases. I would interpret it as the regulator putting more weight on certain studies over others because of the components of the studies. There is, of course, discretion when you do these studies on some of the parameters. I know that there was a paper submitted from one of the Department of Energy labs that talks about how you go about doing a TFP study, and there are choices a practitioner makes about the peers that are assembled, the way we measure output, the way we measure certain inputs, among other factors. And those choices could result in different numerical values. And when I think a regulator has multiple studies being presented and chooses to, I don't want to use the word split the baby, but in some ways to decide on a value that may be not exactly one study or another, they're looking at those choices and making a determination that they have put this weight on this particular study for this particular angle or dimension, and maybe a little bit more weight on another study. So I don't think they throw out those studies and just pick a number that they're comfortable with in a vacuum. I think those studies still provide supporting evidence to their decision.
Want to be clear, we came to the conclusion that 0 as a placeholder was a reasonable place to settle because in practical effect, it's the same as not having a X factor at all. But sort of because I'm a veteran of the externalities wars, I know that what I just heard was basically an argument that setting a 0 is a number, and it's setting, or at least it's an imaginary number or whatever, and it's an intentional outcome. So I think that given the uncertainty in the application and given the sort of the potential bias until we really do understand the data, a decision to forestall setting an X factor until a later time, until some tracking data has been collected, until some shadow studies have been conducted to see if they inform the overall PBR approach, is also an acceptable outcome. This is not a hill we're dying on. We're just trying to take advantage of the opportunity that we may understand it well enough in the future to actually be explicit about a number to be used for the X factor.
I could just jump in on that last point. I understand the conceptual appeal of setting the X factor at 0. It avoids the administrative burden of having to perform a total factor productivity study and then adjudicate it. But by setting an X factor to 0, whether we're doing that as an official determination or simply a procrastination on making that determination, in effect, the revenue cap formula is only going to escalate utility rates by inflation. And the evidence, as UI sees it, that is already on the record based on findings PURA has already made, demonstrates that utility costs grow faster than that. And I think, we can debate whether we should use an I-X for PBR or some other form, but I think there's a lot of agreement that whatever rates get set should provide the utility a reasonable opportunity to cover their costs and earn a fair rate of return, an opportunity, but not a guarantee. And I think if we set the X factor at 0 without doing any further analysis, based on the facts as we know them today, that guarantees rates will not comport with the statutory requirements of Section 16-19E. And in UI's perspective, that's a problem.
And I totally agree with that. And I understand too, there are regulatory compromises that are struck or regulatory decisions. I'm familiar with Massachusetts as having been the witness in that proceeding and know that although evidence was presented for a negative X factor, which indicates utility cost trends grow greater than the rate of inflation, 0 was adopted, but in its place was also was adopted with a K-bar capital cost recovery mechanism, which effectively provides a modicum of revenue support above inflation. And I guess all I would say just to Mr. Hurwicz's point is, I think we talked about trust. If we want to move to a PBR framework, it's going to take some trust on all sides that we're getting to a framework that will provide that level of revenue support between rate cases. If we don't want to have X while we're developing something, I think we would need to understand what it is exactly we're developing. What bias are we concerned with? I've heard a lot of mention of bias. I've heard a lot of concerns around the cost plus model as having some form. I've also heard thrown out the concept that, well, utilities just extract dollars to pay dividends to shareholders. And those two things seem to be working in opposites. On the one hand, we are quote unquote benefiting from a cost plus model that's incentivizing us only to spend money, I have heard. And then on the other hand, I've heard we are in a model that just, hey, we take money and extract it and give it to shareholders. So I would just caution that whatever it is that we're putting into place be based on sound evidence, just like we would have to expect to produce a total factor productivity study and produce an X factor that's based on evidence that convinces PURA, as opposed to anecdotal concerns that certainly may be valid, but don't have any evidential basis here. I think at the end of the day, our concern is if we're not coming up with a framework that gives us that opportunity, but yet we're still taking that first trusting step to PBR in the absence of understanding how any of this is going to work, it will not work because we will not have that opportunity to forego the filing of a rate case, which again is our only recourse if we have revenues set too low by our regulator. So whether it's not agreeing that there's a negative X and we want to set it to 0 because that feels better, or we want to have a ROE set at a rate that is lower than we need to be able to attract capital, that's a regulator's purview to make. but it doesn't leave the utility in a position of being able to actually achieve and pursue those investments to serve our customers. We will have to then continue to have the right to file a rate case, which is, fundamentally as part of PBR, what utilities are foregoing is that ability to file a rate case as frequently as is required in order to attract the capital needed to serve our customers. Under PBR, we are voluntarily giving up that right in its place, having a PBR framework that has us giving up that right.
Thank you, everyone. We have a couple more questions on total factor productivity studies and setting the X factor, so we'll move on to those things.
Thank you, Peter. A question for Eversource. From discovery responses, we understand there to be three main methodologies used for a TFP study. 1, deterministic index. 2, data envelopment analysis. Or 3, econometric. For methods other than a deterministic index method, Eversource's consultant, LEI, suggested they, quote, can be difficult to explain in a regulatory setting. My question, what makes data envelopment analysis or econometric analysis difficult to explain in a regulatory setting? And following that, why is a deterministic index method not subject to the same difficulty?
So the deterministic index, or I call it non-parametric technique, we're basically taking, I'll call it raw data, cost data that's been reported by utilities across the United States over time by functional category. And we're evaluating essentially the quantity of inputs the utilities are using in the aggregate versus the quantity of outputs they're producing, the services they're providing to customers. And it could be literally traced to every single one of the initial raw inputs. It's just the simple fractions. That's how I like to describe it to regulators. It's a little bit big of a data set, but it can be entirely done in a simple spreadsheet. You don't need fancy software. You don't need to understand statistical properties. DEA analysis, data envelopment analysis, and stochastic frontier analysis, SFA analysis, both require higher level mathematical techniques or statistical techniques. You can't use Excel to do those. You need special programs to do those. And they aren't actually traced to any set of firms, actual data. They take the data and they create these hypotheticals. So with stochastic frontier analysis, they create hypothetical firms that supposedly are, let's say, hypothetical performers and represent efficient industry operations. They're not linked to any actual firm, any actual utility industry, and makes it very hard to explain to stakeholders and sometimes even regulatory staff on how you got those numbers. You create these scores that become your values for X factors. They are a lovely technique if you're an academic and you're trying to study what is driving productivity. Is it economies of scale? Is it technology change? But that's not what we're interested here. What we want is an overall industry trend and a change in productivity over time for our X, because we don't really care if the utility is going to be able to improve productivity because of technology or because of it's able to grow its business or it's able to contain costs. We just want to tell the utility, here are your incentives, go do what you do and do it really well. So we don't need to know that additional information that academics can extract with those other techniques. I have heard we haven't used stochastic frontier analysis or DEA analysis in the United States for many decades for regulatory cases. They are still used sometimes in Europe, where I've worked on some cases. They have been subject to, again, because they are creating these hypotheticals, they've been subject to some instances where the regulator has said that they have been gamed because they're much more sensitive to outliers. So that's another problem. So wouldn't recommend it for a regulatory process, would recommend it if you're interested in the academic science of productivity.
Do you happen to know what Massachusetts used when?
Index-based techniques. And so did Ontario, and so did Hawaii, and so did Alberta.
And that's the simpler one.
Yes, that's the non-parametric technique.
Okay. Did anyone else have any comments on the? A question for OCC. In suggesting that another party, in addition to the EDCs, complete a TFP study, would it be your recommendation that the other party use all the same inputs and methodology as the EDCs? Or would you recommend that the other party determine the appropriate inputs and methodology independently of an EDC's approach?
That's my problem, as it turns off by itself. The latter, but with the caveat that I think, meaning I would recommend that the other party determine their own inputs and methodologies, with the caveat that that doesn't necessarily mean that they should absolutely use different inputs or methodologies. With the additional caveat that, again, I don't know anything about TFP studies or X factors, but what makes sense to me is, again, probably too simplistic, but the analogy to ROE, where oftentimes two different witnesses might use the exact same peer group or use this, they often almost always do use the same methodologies, but there are differences in the inputs or slight differences in how much weight they give a particular piece of the methodology. I think that that ultimately is a great way towards determining what the most appropriate outcome is. I think that that's how sort of the record is best developed for PURA to determine which proposal makes the most sense. It sort of gives ground for consideration of whether which results or what pieces of the results are best relied on. So I guess all that said, I don't think it makes sense to have at the outset a rule that both experts have to use the exact same playbook.
Anyone else have any comment on that?
Only that I agree 100%.
Thank you.
So does Eversource.
Thank you. Thank you. Laura, if you could advance the slide. I think it's the next slide. Yeah. Transparency. Transparency is important, and OCC suggested all data are provided to both PURA and other parties under an appropriate non-disclosure agreement if necessary. All data and variables used are clearly described. All assumptions underpinning the analysis are spelled out in an easy-to-follow way. All models are run on an analysis platform available to other stakeholders, for example, an open source platform like R. And the code used to construct all variables and run all models is provided to both PURA and all stakeholders. So a question to start for everyone, but start with Save the Sound. Do you have any clarifications or concerns about the transparency topics raised by OCC regarding a TFP study?
No, that actually sounds like a reasonable approach to me, although I'm not sure I know what that would include in terms of all of the various platforms that were mentioned, but it sounds like a perfectly reasonable suggestion.
And same with Eversource. It's our expectation that just like in an ROE calculation, we would produce all assumptions that our witness used and relied upon in developing their recommendations, and have the full scrutiny of the PURA and all other stakeholders.
Thank you.
I don't disagree, but I would just add that easy to follow is in the eye of the beholder. I think as a number of these studies are done in Connecticut, we'll probably learn which areas of the study are of most interest and how to present things most clearly. So, like several others here, I've never done a total factor productivity study. If we have to prepare one, we will do our absolute best the first time to provide the inputs in the clearest way possible, present work papers that are easy to follow, make everything available. And then I expect we'll get some discovery that leads us to identify, oh, we could describe this in a better way or provide this with our initial filing, or we provided that, but it actually, no one found that helpful. And then our second time, we'll probably refine and come back to you with a better presentation. And I just wouldn't want the takeaway to be, oh, you were unclear or hiding something the first time. I think as this is a new experience for Connecticut, I would expect and hope that everyone expects that over time, we collectively learn what makes these studies as clear as possible, what makes these studies as helpful as possible, and, refine through the course of lived experience what this looks like. But no, I have no specific disagreement with providing, clear information and explaining what we did, just like we do for any other study in a rate case.
Thank you.
I think these recommendations are fantastic. Just want to say that.
And I think, does anyone have any questions or comments to discuss about alternative methods for determining a potential X factor?
Mention again is when folks say X factor, I think of it as the final piece that goes into the I minus X revenue adjustment mechanism. So that would include the total factor productivity analysis of industry trends. It may also include the S factor, which we're going to talk about soon. So it's the combination of those, as well as the adjustments one needs to make for whatever the choice is on the inflation index. So with that in mind, I would say that it's really important that, as I mentioned earlier, the way you do a TFP study and the techniques are somewhat different. There may be a common data set, but they're somewhat different from the way you do the benchmarking for the S factor. And you would want to make sure there's consistency. For me, it's always, you don't want to take one data set with one set of information and then kind of cobble it together with an entirely different data set and assume that those two could be additive and summed up together. So consistency is important as well. And sometimes the choices of technique, calculation technique, may impact that consistency.
Yeah, and this may go more to the choice of inputs. I recognize many of these studies use broad industry-wide inputs. I think from our perspective, we see the X factor as having a bit of an aspirational component to it, and maybe that's conflating the X factor with the benchmarking that you raised. But from our perspective and, any peer group that's chosen, we would think should really reflect the best of the industry in terms of achieving efficiencies and productivity, because that's really what we want to be measuring our performance and our success against, rather than a broader measure, which will include just by definition, laggards as well as leaders in the industry. So.
Thank you. Laura, a slide.
Okay. There's been so much foreshadowing for the S factor. And we have talked about it, I guess, if only glancingly in tech meeting number 5. And the straw proposal contemplated, had discussion about some of the evidence and positions in the record related to the S factor, though the straw proposal declined to sort of land anywhere in particular, saying that additional discovery was needed to determine what potential role, if any, the S factor would have. But the idea, as we've understood from the expression of this component in the record to date, is that it is, the idea being to sort of push for additional efficiency or a stretch for gains in productivity for the utility that's operating under this construct. And so with that, let's start with some opening comments, and Mr. Hurwitz. volunteering.
Thank you. And I might sound like a little bit of a broken record on this one, but UI struggled so mightily with the S factor because of the straw proposal. I know you indicated that you're working to revise some elements of the straw proposal, but for us, it was really, really hard to look past the fact that the straw proposal would result in rates that are so much less than UI's cost of service. And we've provided a lot of financial analysis showing that. We've talked about that at a lot of previous technical meetings, including the one you've noted here. And so from looking at the S factor from that perspective, it is almost unimaginable that we could stretch further because the rates produced by the straw proposal are already so far divorced from our cost that there's no conceivable set of efficiency measures we could implement to achieve any sort of performance under that outcome. So to contemplate adding an S factor on top of that already unworkable framework doesn't work for us. And so when I was searching for input as to, how you've reacted to some of our feedback and, what changes to the straw proposal might be to come. And I know you've foreshadowed that there are some you may not be able to share today, but I think PBR as a whole needs to hang together. And it's really tough for us to see how the S factor fits into that overall picture based on the straw proposal that we have today.
You will.
The customer dividend from our perspective isn't the best descriptor for the S factor. And I think it's because much like the X factor overall, or even the I factor, we see it as something that's data driven, like that the idea of the S factor is supposed to be just that it's how the particular company that's being evaluated, the company that's filed the rate case, whether and to what extent it can perform with greater efficiency than the industry as a whole. That doesn't necessarily mean, and I don't really feel comfortable saying this out loud, but conceptually it doesn't necessarily mean that it can. But I think that to address Mr. Hurwitz's comments, I'm not sure that we see the stretch factor as sort of definitively imposing a requirement that the company do better than the industry as a whole. It's sort of more a place where that's examined as a possibility. I mean, it being a piece of the X factor, similar to how the X factor is ultimately, the way I think of it, a determination of how much better the industry can do than inflation. Obviously, some places have found actually worse is the answer to that question. The industry does worse than inflation, but that doesn't mean that is always the answer to the X factor. So it's a long way of saying I think we see the S factor as just another kind of finding of fact that's part of the process, and the ultimate outcome will depend on the evidence before the authority.
And I would agree with that as well. I think, all of this alphabet soup, if we take a step back and just imagine the perfect utility, and we imagine in our minds what the cost for that perfect utility is to be run with the benefit of hindsight or perfect decision-making, the idea of PBR is to set rates, or any rate-making framework would be to have that utility, that perfectly run utility, there's no controversy. Every decision is known with certainty, and no one's going to second guess or question. Every dollar spent is going to be the perfect dollar spent. The rate-making framework should establish that rates can be set to recover its cost of service, including an ROE, to attract capital. That's true in the rate year, and that's true in each year thereafter. So that's where we come back to, and I think Mr. Hurwitz said it very nicely, is we are looking at this in totality. We're looking at what does the straw proposal say as it relates to setting going in rates and seeing grave concerns over that. Then we look at the I and the X and the S in capital recovery and seeing things are taken off the table in the straw proposal straight out of hand. And we get concerned that we're focusing on the S as being one of the letters in the alphabet soup without adhering to a principle or a framework that even that perfectly run utility would have an opportunity ever to recover its cost of service. So that's the scariness that we're faced with. As we're sitting here though, if you look at the I in the X, and if we did get to a place where we were confident and comfortable that it was going to be based in a way or established in a way that that perfectly run utility in rate years 2, 3, and 4 even could ever recover and have an opportunity to recover its cost of service, putting aside that no utility is operating with the benefit of hindsight or has, total clarity on every decision it makes. Putting that aside, if we had a framework that was doing that, then the S factor comes into play in a valid way to say that we want to be able to share the benefits of PBR and the savings that the utility is able to get relative to what is in rates in real time with customers. That's how the S factor comes in, meaning that perfectly run utility, we set cost of service, the going in rates in a non-controversial way. And we all just agree this is the dollar amount, black and white, that the utility needs to get. Then the operation of the I in the X factor in between rates, if we design it well, it does the same thing. So in rate year 2, in rate year 3, in rate year 4, it's still giving that utility the perfect, the opportunity to recover its costs. The S factor is then a valid letter in the alphabet soup to say we want to share with customers in real time, as opposed to just letting the utility pursue those efficiency investments or what have you, reducing its costs relative to what the formula says it needs. That's the benefit of PBR. The S factor is then a way to say we're going to share in real time. So I say all that to say I agree with Mr. Hurwitz. The S factor only comes into play and matters if we get all that right to begin with. Not to say that there is a perfect utility or that's the goal of PURA, but the framework and the principles need to be bounded in a way that it gives that utility that opportunity. And if it's bounded in a way that even a perfectly run utility with the benefit of hindsight in its decision-making and having total clarity, not operating with any ambiguity, which is not the real world, if it's just designed fundamentally flawed, it won't work. And that's our point. And that's the point with all the letters in the alphabet soup, but as well as Mr. Hurwitz said on the S factor, because if we don't have any of those foundational principles at the starting point, it's not going to be successful. We're not going to have any efficiencies to share in the interim period.
Give the sound and Attorney Rothenberger.
Oh, okay.
So question, I'll start with save the sound. Should an S factor be designed as a customer benefit or a cost containment incentive?
That's the nub of what we're struggling with. Because I have some concern that without a meaningful X factor, based on not just TFP, but also sort of benchmarking and other things that, and without any S factor, then it's going to take some time before utilities can actually organize around the idea of maximizing productivity and reducing costs between rate cases. Because there's going to be a strong incentive to just spend everything authorized. And so the S factor says it acts as its own kind of placeholder to say, well, we still want you to improve against what we had. We set those rates based on cost of service, and we want you to be clever and go out there and have a motivation to do that built into the S factor. The problem with the S factor is that it seems like a bit of a haircut, and it's got the problem of how do you set it in any meaningfully accurate way that's not arbitrary, that you didn't already capture in good X factor calculations for actual productivity. So what I'm left with is that, and I know that it's a broken record here, but I can see some priorities where the regulators and even the legislators, if they get involved with prescribing at this level of detail, but definitely the regulators say, we really want our utilities to perform above and beyond in this particular way as to this particular thing. We want to, we really need them to cut the costs of bad debt or energy burdens or something. And we want you to figure out how to deal with that. And the problem is that it's, anyway, I can see that being set up as saying, we have an agenda that over this period, you're going to substantially improve in this area. The confidence is going to be higher in a particular function in a relatively narrow or, policy-based outcome. It's very hard for me to imagine right now an across-the-board S factor that isn't just sort of, trying to create a little bit of a haircut factor in there, without being informed by everything else. So I don't know, Charles, do you want anything to that? Okay.
Anyone else have thoughts on it being designed as a customer benefit versus a cost containment incentive?
Sure. Tom Wheel again from OCC. Maybe this is too mechanical an answer, but I understand it to be, you know, what the S factor is a component in setting the adjustment to the revenue cap, right? So it's an adjustment. My understanding of the S factor is it is only a downward adjustment, meaning like if a company can't be more productive than the industry, you wouldn't give them a negative S factor, but it's an adjustment to the overall revenue increase that's anticipated in the revenue cap. So by virtue of that, it's my understanding is it's supposed to be a cost savings incentive mechanism. So in other words, like you start with inflation, you take the utilities going in rates, you inflate them by the inflation index, you adjust the effective inflation using the X factor up, down, or up to account for the industry, the utility industry's relationship with inflation generally. And then you look at the particular company and say, can you guys do better than the industry average? Meaning, is there evidence that Pura could find that actually that industry performance that's as the relationship to inflation of that performance, that Eversource or UI can beat that somehow? And that is a difficult question to answer, and I'm not sure what level of evidence that requires, but that's my understanding conceptually. So, and then when you determine that, the ultimate outcome is a lower increase to the revenue requirement set, and that particular lowering of the S factor is set to try to account for an acknowledgement that realistically this is the amount. Getting back to Mr. Horton's refrain, at the end of the day, after baking the whole pie, the pie is supposed to be the revenue sufficient for the utility to provide service and have an opportunity to earn a return. So that's the way I see it. Again, might be too mechanical of an answer to the question.
I'm sorry, I forgot because we actually talked about this and I should have remembered. There is one place where I think it could really be useful, both for a whole bunch of reasons. I don't need to go into all of them, but I'm thinking back on how Hawaii did a management audit and identified $21 million in overnight savings as a result of the management audit, and used that as sort of the opening round of PBR. So because knowing that some things take time and things have to get changed and, you know, systems have to pay off and new habits have to be practiced. I can imagine using an S factor to take those identified short-term savings from something like a management audit to say, let's just get this now. Let's get started into this transition with a benefit to customers that says, this is, you know, we found these and we're working on more, or we're working on cost containment, we're working on whatever the benefits of PBR are going to be, but use the S factor to implement the benefits of identified relatively short-term savings like from a management audit.
I mean, I would just comment a couple things on that. I think in terms of the savings or the cast off point, I think that's also the goal of a rate case. I think management audits, you know, have a place. I know that we've gone, it's an extensive effort that takes to go through a management audit. At Eversource, we went through one that took up the majority of last year. We've yet to see the results. So I'm really interested in getting the output for just the reason that was said. I think the utilities also can benefit from recommendations of a management audit that at this point we've yet to see. But in terms of the savings or efficiencies, a rate case is also that opportunity. Again, we open up all of our books, have to defend every single penny spent. So I would imagine that if there were, you know, inefficiencies or cost savings to be found, the OCC's crabs, harkening back to the last meeting, will find them and recommend them. So.
And just to clarify, I think this is what also Doug, you meant. I think in the Hawaii case, the management audit was used as a one piece of evidence for the going in rates discussion. But whatever millions were identified didn't actually go one for one into then the going in rates. It was just used to support some broader decisions about like their adjustments that they made off of the historical test year, but it was more qualitative than quantitative. I think separately in Hawaii, there was also a stretch factor, and that was done on the basis of actually stretch factors that a little bit of benchmarking, but more also looking at what other jurisdictions have done in their first generation PBR, which comes back to, I think, what what Tom had said, that what you want the S factor to do is to basically incentivize utility to catch up to the best performers, which is distinct from the TFP study, which is looking at longer term industry TFP trends. So, so just for kind of settlement of fact differences. So the management audit was used more for going in rates evidence, whereas the stretch factor was still based on more of a discussion of I guess what you could say is trying to incentivize some average performers to get a little bit better. And in that case, Hawaii Electric.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Laura, if you could advance the slide. So this really is a little bit of rehashing the question that we had just had, but I want to put this out there. At the January 10th meeting, keeping in mind that the straw proposal didn't address the S factor really, and the S factor that's entered, the discussion that's entered Discovery so far, largely was a point raised by Eversource about what happened in Massachusetts, which was a 0.25% when inflation exceeded 2%. So at the January 10th tech meeting, London Economics, LEI, explained in short that, and I'm going to paraphrase here, the value that is S incentivizes less efficient utilities to catch up to its more efficient industry peers. In jurisdictions that apply an S factor, utilities that are more efficient have an S factor that is closer to 0, while less efficient utilities see an S factor above 0 applied to their I minus X formula. And so this is just my attempt to sort of lay it out there, what was explained. And I'm just wondering more specifically with regard to the question, the general question I asked before about looking at something like this versus the point that was raised by Eversource, what had happened in Massachusetts. Just if anybody had any thoughts on the merits or drawbacks in a cost containment design of this nature, just for illustrative purposes, as an alternative to the previously discussed ratepayer benefit design.
So I did want to, I believe this table is taken from the benchmarking decisions that the Ontario Energy Board takes in Ontario. And so the only caveat I would put on this is you have to also make sure you understand, going back to what I think others have said, the broader PBR model used in Ontario. So in Ontario, they also have an X factor. And in Ontario, they have something called an incremental capital module, which allows for significant capital funding in addition to the X and S. So you can't interpret these numbers in a vacuum. You have to see the entire model.
Yeah, no, definitely not the specific numbers,
Yeah.
not by any means.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're asking, put aside the specifics and the numbers on the table, is the concept that essentially if, I guess, the utility is able to demonstrate that they're more efficient than the average industry participant through a cost benchmarking study, that would be the defense for having no additional S factor, because there's already made a demonstration that they're more efficient, versus the bottom of the scale, if a utility is demonstrated to be less efficient than the average industry participant, that would be a time when an S factor should be applied. I would agree with that.
Okay. Thank you.
And this.
Oh, sorry.
This has been said before, but just from UI's perspective, I'll just reemphasize the importance of the PBR plan hanging together as a whole. It's really, really difficult for UI to evaluate the reasonableness of one S factor as compared to another without understanding the totality of the rate making framework, which is being contemplated.
Sure. Thank you. Anything else?
I just add this. If what I was saying before made no sense, if it helps, this confirms the way I thought it should work, meaning that the higher these numbers are, ultimately the lower the revenue requirement would be, because remember, we're doing I minus X plus S. So yeah, I mean, this is the way we also understand the S factor to work, and I would agree with Mr. Horton's description that it's about the capability of the utility to be more efficient.
Thank you.
And just to close the loop for the record, we agree with that as well.
Thank you. I will start with Eversource on this. Explain the time required and recommended methods for conducting a benchmarking study to inform potential establishment of an S factor, including the sequencing of such a study within an MRP process.
As I said earlier, I think there is some common data, input data that's shared between the TFP study and also the benchmarking study that could be used to support kind of determinations of performance, total cost performance of utilities relative to peers. So my preference is that you would do a TFP study and a benchmarking study, but there might need to be some sequencing where the TFP study is done first, and then some of that data is used to do the benchmarking study. The benchmarking study will require some additional data beyond what's in the TFP, because the benchmarking data will want to control for certain external or exogenous factors that may explain why some utilities perform in the way they perform because of their the pressures they face externally to their own business management decisions. And that data is not relevant to a TFP study, but is relevant to a benchmarking. So you'd want to, I would say, pair them, but they would be maybe a little bit, one comes a little bit later than the other. But there's a large economies of scale of doing them together.
And just to be clear, the benchmarking study is the one that would come later.
Yes, yes, yeah. Again, because you have to establish what the total costs are for the TFP, you might as well use that data as well for the you scrub the data that comes out of FERC 1, you might as well use that same data after you scrubbed it for the TFP.
Could you offer a ballpark time estimate to get a typical TFP and benchmarking study done? And the high end, low end, just a range?
There's a number of consultants that do these studies, and they have, I would say, established data sets for the United States. And we all get new data every year, utilities file with FERC, so we get more information. So we are in a process of kind of updating those data sets. But I would typically think that anywhere from a few months to 6 months, and it depends on the process you set up. I've been in processes where there was technical meetings set up around discovery. So it wouldn't be just one-on-one DRs where results of a TFP is presented to everybody, and there's a lot of good discussion and brainstorming about that. You would need a little bit more time for that. Or if you just wanted the utility to come over and voila, just part of its rate case, present all the evidence, it would be packaged a little bit differently. And
Anyone else have any?
I have a somewhat embarrassing question for Ms. Frere, if that's okay. You described the sequencing. Would an S factor recommendation be part of the utility's initial filing, or would that come after? Because I know like rate design is technically sequenced after revenue requirements because you need the revenue requirement to do rate design, but we do it all as part of our initial filing. I know you described a sequence. Is it kind of conceptually similar?
So I think of it as part of the I minus X formula. I think utility can't evaluate, as you've said yourself, the comprehensiveness of the entire regulatory regime, the RAM, if it's workable or not, unless they have all the components. So I think you need that piece too before you can actually do justice to an evaluation.
Thank you. So as I'd mentioned before, the one time when the S factor really got brought into discovery back in January, it was described in Massachusetts as a 0.25% based on inflation exceeding 2%. Could Eversource speak to the advantages and disadvantages of making an S factor inflation dependent?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly can, and I know this would be a matter that would be subject to debate. The idea there was that we had been operating under a performance-based rate-making framework and a period of stay-outs in prior cases before the implementation of that particular PBR rate-making framework in Massachusetts. And so, and the evidence supported that we are a very efficient utility and operating at an efficient level relative to what the cost benchmarking study was producing. So our proposal, which was ultimately adopted, was to say that when inflation is low, and the inflation, the I, is what's used to set rates on a going forward basis, we have less of an ability as an already efficient utility providing, quality service to our customers at relatively efficient rates. We have less of an ability for us to innovate or to find savings that should be shared with customers in real time, as opposed to when inflation is high and the corresponding revenue support that PBR is providing. We saw there as being more opportunity for us to immediately share in those benefits for our customers. So it really got back to the same point that I've been making repeatedly today, is that we just felt in times of relatively higher inflation, 2% or greater, the revenue support that we would get from that PBR mechanism provided us the opportunity to give a consumer dividend immediately and still have that opportunity for us to be realizing authorized returns that are at a level commensurate with, the level that we need, like I've been saying, to attract the capital. Versus with inflation lower, we're having less revenue support to run the business. We still have inflationary pressures on the business, and so that ability would be hampered.
And Doug, in Massachusetts, you have the K-bar too. So that was part of, it's the entire package that drove, yep.
Well, in Massachusetts, for the first iteration of PBR, the department accepted a negative X factor, which some regulators have not been willing to accept, meaning there was acknowledgement that utility rates were going to increase at a level greater than inflation, because when you subtract a negative, you're adding to it. In the second iteration of PBR in Massachusetts, we have implemented a 0 X factor, but have substituted a K-bar, which is a capital support mechanism. My point is, in either case, there was recognition that the utility cost trend was greater than inflation. And that was an additional, again, taking Mr. Hurwitz's comments at heart, that was an additional way for us to evaluate what's the totality of circumstances that we're going to be operating under PBR. What does the total revenue support look like in terms of the cast-off rate, the I, the X, and the S?
Thank you. Anyone else? Any comments?
Sure. I won't relitigate the Massachusetts case that I wasn't in. I'll agree that that would be subject to debate here in Connecticut. But I would say that I think like I've been saying, at the risk of repeating myself, I think that's the kind of thing that it would make that in my mind, a company would be free to propose in a rate case in a PBR framework here in Connecticut, and it would be subject to the scrutiny of all other parties and ultimately up to Pura to decide. So I guess I would just, from my perspective, we wouldn't support structuring the framework to account for a rule such as if inflation is X, then you set a S factor or not. But I think I don't think a company should be prevented from proposing it and the authority from considering it.
and that I have in the docket for potential.
Or Chairman, may I just add one quick interjection? I think, and again, really appreciate the time today. Mr. Hurwitz mentioned at the beginning, I think one piece, well, first I would just say that it does seem like with the first one, there is a lot of consensus around the table on the key principles and foundational principles that need to be inherent in PBR. But one thing that's lacking in making it difficult for us to engage in a meaningful way and not just be broken records is not having the feedback loop of how any of this has been resonating or not with Pura staff or Pura or what have you. The straw proposal was first issued in November of 2023. That, as far as I can tell, is still what we are talking about. But it does appear that things have evolved over time, but we don't have any way of knowing how much or if any of these, even the foundational principle that I keep speaking to, which to me is a fundamental, it's not my thing. It's not like I'm saying it. It's a common piece and element that has to exist in any framework, but I don't know if Pura agrees. And maybe that's why we are stuck having to repeat ourselves. So if there's some way that either through the parties around the table who do have consensus, if we could try to streamline the issues and present a consensus perspective on what was in the straw proposal and how do we see things working, or if Pura could issue an updated straw proposal or something so that we can see it not having to wait until next summer to see for the first time if or how much things have changed since that November of 2023 issuance of the straw proposal. I think that would give us a lot more comfort in being able to look at some of these more refined details and not be scared that the big picture is still not yet, taking shape in a way that will allow us to move forward. And then we could perhaps try to balance some of the more refined details on, understanding how they could impact a broader PBR plan as opposed to one that we're still seeing fatal flaws. It's just making it very difficult to not just keep saying the same things. So if there's some way, like I said, and obviously I don't expect anyone to answer now, but to give us a signal that we can either work together and try to structure the straw proposal or react to the straw proposal. Here's how the consensus position of the parties around the table has evolved since November of 2023 and what we think are fundamental elements that must remain, or for Pura to issue an update to that straw proposal, some way that we can tell. Because right now that's what we keep going back to and continue to have the serious concerns that we do have. While we want to support PBR, we're not seeing how it's going to be able to advance. Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate that. Not going to respond to that today, but I appreciate that. We are going to wrap up. And as you said, when is it? September 13th. We will be back for the next technical meeting in this docket. The notice of technical meeting will cover the topics that we'll be discussing there. So with that, I want to thank everyone for participating, and we will see you next time.